take on that role.
In his email, the mayor had asked that you do it, but.
Okay, I
but
didn't see that email. If that's the case, if the mayor asked me, as long as that's relevant and okay with the rest of the council, I'm fine doing that. Anybody have any concerns with it?
Thank you for asking, Councilmember Ford, and
Yeah,
I have
absolutely.
no objections.
Okay, as long as anybody doesn't have any objections, we'll go ahead and move on. So we'll start the Zoom meeting, the introduction, this hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, city's website, and YouTube. Live translation services are being provided to you for tonight's council study session. By telephone, please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. Okay. Please be sure to unmute your microphone when speaking for broadcast for recording. City clerk is to host the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. I'm calling the meeting to order and ask Steve Timms to introduce the presentation.
Good evening. Trying to think what to call Mr. Ford, but good evening to Mr. Ford and the rest of council. Pleasure to be here with you all tonight. In addition to myself, we're going to have a couple of other planners, Jennifer Jones and Jamie Rice, and of course our director Jim Tolbert's also going to assist as needed. But we just wanted to update you all on some work that we've been doing on the comprehensive plan.
Steve, one
Yes.
second. I just wanted to also welcome the planning commissioners that are here tonight for this meeting.
Great, thank you. Yes, we do have some of our planning commissioners. Thank you all. This is meant to be interactive. We are going to have a little presentation, then we'll have some time that we want to hear from you all at some various stations. We're going to have 3 different stations here that we do want your feedback on. In addition, we have some boards over here behind Dylan that are some of the responses we've gotten from the community. So as you all are working on these individual stations, we also want you just to peruse and see some of the results we've had from a variety of our community members on different type of issues. But we'll talk about more about those as we go forward. All right, so Dylan, are you able to pull up the, or switch the PowerPoint? There we go. Okay. So tonight's discussion on the comp plan is we're going to do a little introduction, background. Then we're going to have these activity stations that we do want y'all's feedback on. Then we're going to review and talk about some of the responses you've had. And then we also want to share with you, we've totaled some of the responses from the community that we've gathered over the past couple of months and want to share that with you all. And then we want to talk about next steps as well. So that's kind of our agenda. If you all remember, we were before you all in February of this particular year, and we had a presentation from our consultant on the vision statement. And at that time, there was some feedback from council about the need for additional community engagement and refining of the vision statement, right? And working some additional time with our Citizens Advisory Committee. And so we have done those, and we're excited to share those with you tonight. Just a reminder, I guess, on the terms of the comp plan outline, if you will. These are some of the steps that have been occurring with this project in terms of the initial engagement and conditions we talked about around right before Christmas. We're finishing up the vision statement. We're starting the character areas and some corridors as well. That's what we'll be working on in earnest over the summer. And then we're going to be focusing on then the specific chapters of a comprehensive plan, and then have those draft plan and adoptions this fall, late this fall. And then in terms of those other city plans, remember we're not doing the comp plan by itself. We're also doing a transportation plan update, a parks master plan update, economic development plan. Mr. Tolbert, right, next month is the kickoff, June, for a couple of those others. So we're going to start ramping up here a variety of activities. So in terms of the activity stations, we're going to have Jennifer, right, talk a little bit about kind of, I guess, where we're at and where we're going.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening. Oh, so many things to hold here.
I know.
Okay. So actually, I don't need too much of that. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the activity stations we have for you tonight. So hopefully it'll be a little bit sort of fun, right? And you get to get up and walk around. I don't know if that's fun, but compared to sitting for a long time sometimes. So the first activity station at the back is about the vision statement, right? So if you all remember, I'm sure you do, it was Valentine's Day. So we were all here together and the consultant presented sort of an early draft of the vision statement. There was a lot of feedback from council at that time. And so what we have at the back for you is a variety of boards that sort of shows where we've gone since then. So we have some initial outreach with the community at the rec centers through our CAC based on some other, our community workshop. And so the idea is for you to just be able to sort of see that, see the progression, see what we've heard, and then we'll come back together and talk about that. The second station at the back is that map, and so that's where we're going to talk about the growth boundary. So when we update the future land use plan is the city's opportunity to decide if they want to amend the growth boundary, right? If we want that to grow. And so there's a variety of options for you back there. There's sort of 6 different areas where the city could add to the growth boundary. And so we're going to have you do some voting with some colored dots back there because planners love colored dot voting. And so that's where we're going to sort of talk about that. It'll be important for, you all as a group to help provide that guidance. I know that Mr. Tolbert and Mr. Rogers and others have had some discussions with, right, their counterparts at the county. I know the city has met with the city of Thornton and folks like that. And so those conversations have started, but right, really looking for direction from you all so that we can establish that base map, right, to build for the comp plan and for those other plans, right, for the parks plan and the transportation plan and things like that. And so, oh, there we go. Just as a reminder for the growth boundary, right, the comp plan update is our chance to amend that if the city so decides to do that. It shows or illustrates areas where the city could grow, right, areas that could be annexed, right, if they meet state requirements for contiguity and things like that. But it doesn't obligate the city to annex any of those areas. So I think that's an important distinction, right, to remember, right? Annexation is always at council's discretion, but if there's a possibility, right, in the distant future that we might want to annex some of that property, this is the time to add to those boundaries. So that's really sort of station 2. And then station 3, which is these boards back in the corner, is going to be our key choices survey. So these are big picture questions, sort of foundational questions that'll inform the land use, right? That sort of next thing that'll be brought to you. They also help build our goals and objectives on the individual chapters, right? Housing and neighborhood and transportation and all of those chapters. We strategically asked these 10 questions based on some of the early input we received, right? And some of that early outreach gave us some direction, gave us some input, but now we're digging a little bit deeper, asking those strategic questions. This Key Choices survey has been asked to a lot of folks. It was available online. Well, and we'll talk about that sort of when we come back together, but it's been widely distributed. It was available online in English and in Spanish. We asked the same, we had paper surveys at some of the rec centers we were at. We had the same questions at the community outreach, or the community workshop, I'm sorry. And so a number of folks have answered those questions now. And so when we come back together, we'll present those results, and it'll be really interesting to see how they compare with you all's results, right? And so sort of kind of give us some direction there and tell us how close we are to the community. Like I said, so we'll present those. And just, it's worth noting, right? This is sort of, we're asking these questions, like I said, to build on that foundation for the future land use plan. We will certainly come back with many more, right? So it's kind of that first step, that first foundation building. But as more of these sort of key questions come up over the summer, we'll be back to you all, right, to ask more of those questions, right? We have to dig a little deeper each time. So we'll be really interested to see, how you all respond to that and how that correlates with the community. Let's see. Okay, so here is when the fun starts. So we're going to ask you all if you will indulge us for a few minutes to move around to each of the stations. So there's the 3 stations, and then all of these boards over here. I think Steve mentioned this as well. These are just some of the additional boards that we wanted you all to be able to see how some of the community responded. Some of them, we went to some schools, right, and got some input from some of our high school and even a junior high class. So we could hear from the youth and things like that. So those are just over there available for you to look at as well, but we would ask that you obviously start with the 3 stations. You can start at any of them, and then just be sure we move to all 3 of them, and then you can look at those at the end as well. And then we'll gather back up and then go discuss the 3 topics. Does that sound okay? Any questions? Nope, nope, nope. Okay.
Rogers. Jason's.
I do. Thank you. And this is just to help provide additional context on the growth boundary discussion. Staff has engaged with the county over the past 4 to 6 months looking at opportunities to expand our boundaries. The county has been very considerate of these conversations. They had asked us to bring this forward for discussion with our council before they have any discussion with their board as it relates to where and how Commerce City will grow. What I will share with you is that our staff has looked at the future growth boundaries, just not of obviously our city, but also other cities that may be surrounding us, Thornton, Westminster, Brighton, so that way we don't have any conflict as it pertains to potential, once again, the future for our city or others. And obviously, once again, thinking about the county as it relates to potentially these areas and their consideration of that becoming incorporated. So just to provide some context to you.
Anyone else have any questions? All right. Approach these boards before.
This is where we started with the original vision. Well, this is the one we have in the 2010 plan. So currently, as of today, this is the one we have. When we started though this in February, this is what kind of the consultant through their analysis kind of came up with. And this is going to show how it evolved into what we have tonight. Okay? And so we want to hear basically if you all are okay with this approach, right? You may not agree with every single little word, but in general, are you okay with it? So that just kind of shows how it's more of the different opportunities. And there's not really a thought exercise. It's just more than just kind of a pathway, if you will. So this is the one we did in 2010. At the Heights, right? And this shows how the vision statement evolved over since February. And then down here at the end is kind of our current one that we want to see if you all are generally okay with what it says. May not agree with every word, but generally. Yeah, some of the what you saw was what the public interacted with, right? And then the same thing here is what the Citizens Advisory Committee we're kind of wordsmithing the existing. So and this is what we took to the community workshop, and these were comments on that, and that's kind of what we have today. Because we would love to get buy-off from PC and CC on this, and then we would it's not getting rid of that because that's kind of our tagline, right? And so that will still be there. This will just be the vision of the community through the comp plan. Correct. Good question.
Based on how you might feel about the next way to go. Green is go ahead. Yellow is I might need some more information, or and the red is do not. So
This is what we started with. From our current one. This is how the morphed over the past several months of the outreach. That's correct. So Susan, this is the current one we have in our current plan as of today. And then this is what the consultant presented in February. And then what you see through the colors and shapes and that's right. When we did it to the community, people liked this one over the two. And in particular, right, there were certain words or phrases they liked. So I think they're talking more like diverse, like ethnicity and race, right? And then this is what the CAC took these, and they were wordsmithing. I'm sorry. Yeah, so this was the CAC work on this one. This was the community. Work on this one. And then it was morphed then into this one. This is what was presented at the community workshop, and that's some comments on that. And this is kind of the one then, the kind of final one then after all those new ones. So you can really see then how it's been transformed in a good way, right?
But this was the second Brian said.
Economic, environmental, and social. And I don't know if there's meant to be necessarily a ranking per se.
I don't know.
Right. Yes, right. Yes, like a lot. So yes, you potentially could be like maybe put that one next and then that one down there, right? Something like that. Right, then we saw in February, right? So I think it's good progress happening. This is one to actually get. And Jamie's going to help with that. It's kind of interesting what people like, what they like and don't like, isn't it? What's the difference between why are these? So this was back from this year. Is there a word or phrase you don't like? Underline it. Is there a word or phrase you do like? Circle. So if things were circled, people liked it. If they were underlined, for whatever reason, they didn't like it. So then we try to take that and build something off of that. And the Citizens Advisory Committee tries to then morph that, and that's what we see going on here. So. That like you see. So that's kind of our, so it kind of goes that way. And you can see kind of how that's formed over the past 3 months. Yeah. We heard that
She called me 10 times on Mother's Day. I'm like, stop it. She lives in Honor Park, Adams County. She doesn't think that the judicial system is fair. She wants somebody to deal with the judges. And it's a big deal. Somebody, she thinks somebody burned down her house. There was a mobile home park. She got a new one. Now she thinks somebody's trying to take the old one away from her. And I just said, you know what? I'm like, I can't help you. She was like, what's on? You're not gonna help me. So after going to give her Susan Wilkerson introduce her. I'm not making a comment. You don't have to. But it is. I do feel bad for her. I've talked to her personally. Like she had a car accident. She has a serious break. But I try to be nice. And not go for an hour and a half. I should hit the phone. I'm in there like a lot. Avalon did from the judge. Well, once for a warrant, testified for the she doesn't like he can only rule on what's in front of him. Remember when Hard Time
for months I had some problem with she would stop. And then once I told her, I can't talk. She got no, it's probably and then she said, oh, so are you not getting help with that? Yeah, it's like, I did hook her up with Colorado Legal Services. Maybe if she needed pro bono legal help or something. I do feel that. She's got it. Maybe you can. I don't think it. No. Because you can't. So I don't know what to do. Boundaries. Exactly. But I know. You can't win. No. Yeah. And I talked to. She said he was the athlete chick. So Dennis was for a while. Yeah. So I'm not going to do something. He's like, oh hell. I don't like this guy. I know how this shit is. Yeah, he was like, I gotta be honest with you. I'm an investment amateur psychologist that chooses cases of borderline, well, I wouldn't say that for borderline personality disorder, where it's just kind of that opposition to and maybe so. I don't know. No, I would imagine an investigator. So, at some point in time, you have to go. Or if it's indeterminate, it's indeterminate. I don't know what to tell you. It's drag. Especially, she is a mobile, right? Yeah, I've worked on mobile. It's been tough. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, we'll about 4 more minutes or whatever, then we'll come and reconvene and show you all the results of our other questions as well.
She will suck up your tongue. So you can't help me with that one? I ain't gonna, you can order me to, but I ain't gonna volunteer. I don't get to order you, I get to order the chief.
So that's what we have now. This is what was brought before y'all in February that said so what happened is we had some outreaches. People marked up what they like and didn't like and they put little dots so like to and then what happened is then we also took the CAC and the Citizens Advisory Committee kind of morphed these and said we'd like to make it right? So that's kind of what this is. Then we have an updated one that went to the community workshop a couple of weeks ago
I could get everybody to come back and sit down, we'll finish with the presentation, please.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Kids in. Inside.
All right, Jamie, we're ready for you, ma'am.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay, thanks everybody for participating in that. Figured it's a little bit different than sitting down and having discussions. So we'll just go over each one of these activity stations really quick and have an open discussion about each one of these. So you've seen the vision statement. We've brought it to you guys before. You might have seen it online and throughout all of these different outreaches. So we've come a long way from what we had first got from the consultant, something that was in our current vision statement and the current comprehensive plan, and kind of a combination of those. We gathered this feedback, some of it was too long. Some people didn't like certain words. Some of them were a little bit more controversial than the others. So we worked to come up with what is at the end here. Our Citizens Advisory Committee, we actually had them cut out these words and they kind of organized it like this. So that's this board right here. We presented this at the community workshop that we had a couple of weeks ago, and we had some comments on there. For the most part, everyone was happy with it, especially with how far along that we've come, which leads us to this current vision statement that we are proposing. Hopefully everyone got a chance to read it. So we are hoping to wrap this up, this vision portion, because we've been on it for a few months. So we're hoping to wrap this up and move on with other aspects of the plan. But we do want to know if there's any lingering concern over a particular word or phrase that really just didn't feel right, didn't feel like it flowed, or maybe brought up some concern for any reason or any contradictory statements or anything like that. So we'd love to hear any feedback that you've got on the vision statement.
Thank you. Vast improvement over the original, so this is good. And I like the fact that the majority of people like the council's version. It just got some reworking as it went along. I hope everyone got a chance to read what the students at Adams City and Prairie View and the middle school, what they wrote and what was important to them, because that's what I think we need to have a focus on. And I would suggest that the second sentence is a little too high, and that what they're looking for, we're still in the first sentence, a thriving community, economically strong, environmentally sustainable, and socially equitable. That's good. I just think that the order of the paragraph gives a particular emphasis to businesses, and I would suggest moving that sentence further down so that we're actually reflecting particularly what the young people of this community who, they're what? If you're in high school, you're 16 to 18 or 19, and this is a comprehensive plan that's going to affect them if their intention is to stay in Commerce City. So having it just a little tweaking, otherwise I think it's really good.
Sure, so you might, if I'm understanding you correctly, switch the order to maybe Commerce City is a healthy and safe, and then Commerce City is a financially sound, just so that the healthy and safe might come before the business aspect.
Or even last.
Okay. We will note that. I think that's a good suggestion.
Does anybody else have those same feelings? I do. Okay. I'm just making sure so we can give clear direction. Anybody else? All right.
Speak up then, Christie.
Yeah, Christie said, yeah, she agreed. She agreed with you. Where's the other council members?
Councilmember Douglas, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Anybody else have any comments? Councilwoman Grimes.
I don't have any particular issue with the way it's written now, and I think, I mean, just the way it's stated, we're talking about the city first, and I kind of like that it's reflective of being, economically strong, and so I would leave it as is.
Councilman Hurst?
I'm good. Thank you.
You're good, Mr. Davis? I'm good as well. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. That is finished for the vision statement part, unless we've got other comments.
All right. Councilman Douglas does have a
I
comment.
actually do have a comment. So I know it's a vision statement, but knowing that it is our vision, we really need to plan accordingly so that we adhere to this and we make this an actuality.
Sure.
And I think that's really important.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Anyone from the Planning Commission? Don't want to pick on you guys.
No, nobody on the Planning Commission? Mr. Hurst?
Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting. It'd be probably impossible. It'd be really interesting to see business owners and business leaders from our community do the same exact exercise and see how it differentiates.
Sure.
Councilman Grimes?
Yeah, echo Councilmember Hurst's comments, and then also would add, all of these things sound nice, environmentally sustainable and socially equitable, but until we put metrics to those, it's really doesn't mean much. So I would just encourage us to move forward with the statement, but look for ways to add metrics.
Sure.
Anyone else? Mr. Douglas?
Thank you. Yes, you can move some of those words around. I mean, just so it flows, because our city has grown so much. I mean, we first moved in 2004. I think our city was around 28,000. We're over almost 70,000 now, right? People right now. And a lot of homes are being built. And so, and then there are parks have been built too, parks that were promised, and they have been built. And so we do have a lot of people who actually like to get out and promote healthy living. So just to kind of change things around, that would be okay. So I agree with that.
Okay. Echoing kind of the statement of maybe moving that healthy and safe up towards the beginning.
Just as far as how our city has progressed.
Sure.
Yeah, because before we were more, industrial, lots of goods and services down here, but as the city started to build up and build out, a lot of these words have really changed. So
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, over here. Mr. Yost.
I don't know how to turn on this mic.
Push it forward, towards you.
Oh, now I see. I agree with Councilmember Hurst. I think it's important that we get business and industrial on board with this plan. That's all.
Anyone else? Mr. Amador.
Yes, thank you. I would agree with Councilwoman Douglas and Grimes on adding metrics to this. As I think about a vision statement, I think about we captured a lot of where we would like to go in the vision. And, if you are given pushback by businesses, by the community, by students, by anyone else, this is what you abide by. And I do this on my day-to-day living as well in the vision statement. So I think the elements are there. I do like the word innovation up at the front, just in that sentence. So I'm okay with the way that it reads. We could wordsmith this all day long, but I think the bones are good. You just really need to drill down on some metrics of what that means so that when you are grilled on what does innovation mean, or what does financially sound mean, or what does, across the board, you're able to defend it. So thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else? Councilwoman Noble.
Having worked on a plan before, in a particular case, it was a general plan, so it was even broader than this. Typically, the vision is the vision, and everything flows from that. So if you need further explanation, you look further into the plan. You just need, what is the concept at the top? What is it that you see Commerce City becoming or being in the next 30 years? And then everything below that is supporting. Every category leading up to that vision makes the vision come true.
Yes.
If I could, and I don't know that I could have said it any better than that. I was going to say that what will come shortly after this are the guiding principles, the goals, and the objectives. It will get into the meat of this. That's why we thank you very much for your guidance tonight, because we needed this so we could move on and get really into those things, which are the real meat of the plan. So thank you all tonight for your comments. I think they're very helpful.
If there are no other questions or comments on this section, turn it back over to continue the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the next section was the potential area to the growth boundary. And that we had 6 areas again to potentially talk about to expand. And overall, there's a lot of green on the board. So certainly everyone had green out east on those 2 areas, and then everyone had green in the Welby area, similar where the RTD station is. Down North Washington, which is on the other side of the South Platte. There were some greens. There was 1 red and 1 yellow. And then across I-25, there were all greens, but then 1 red on that. So the majority was green for all of those. Now, again, those discussions are taking place both with Adams County, with Thornton, and I think Jim has a meeting coming up again, right? And so there's active discussions occurring, especially on these, but it doesn't mean that the properties get annexed tomorrow, but it does mean that there's ways we can build a base map, right, that reflect these boundaries. And that allows then, as we talked about, the goals and objectives and policies and the transportation plan, the parks plan, and the economic development strategic plan, that can then potentially build off of that. So it's important knowledge to have. So we appreciate y'all's feedback on that. Questions, yes, or comments?
Councilwoman Douglas. And you.
So in your discussions with the county, can you tell me, are there other municipalities who've shown interest in those areas?
Thank you for that question. So we currently have intergovernmental agreements with Aurora, and Aurora's boundary basically goes to right here. So they get all of this land. This land is ours. And so we haven't had discussions with Aurora per se, but it's based on the intergovernmental agreement. Brighton's not applicable in this situation. We do have an intergovernmental agreement with Aurora. Aurora has said that if we want to move forward with this RTD area, they would just like to have additional discussions with us. So they weren't philosophically opposed, but they just want to have dialogue, right? Because it is a little bit of a change. And then we're also meeting with, we may have had an initial meeting with Westminster as well, who was just up in this area right here. So those conversations mostly with Thornton and Westminster are ongoing, and certainly the county as well. Thank you.
And what did you say up in this area? Where is that? Could you identify that, please?
Yeah, that's the area north of I-76. So basically 74th to 78th and I-76 to I-25.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. So I'm curious about the portions of unincorporated Adams that are really within the current boundaries, and presumably those are on the schedule at some point to become annexed into the city. Could you just speak to that, Steve?
And in particular, you're talking like the Monaco neighborhood and DuPont neighborhood, this kind of area here?
Yeah, and there's some in the northern part of the city as well.
There are some here, yes. So, these areas tend to be farms or individual properties, and as we get development applications, they usually come in that way. And then we have the IGA with the water district that compels annexation, et cetera. For this area down here, in the past, not particularly this council, but past councils, this issue comes up about every decade or so. And Sean's shaking his head yes, because he remembers this. I believe the last direction from city council when this came, oh, who are you pointing to? Jason wants to answer this. All right, Jason will answer this.
So, Councilmember Grimes, that's a wonderful question. It's one that we've actually been having with the county as it relates to when we think about urban level development that occurs on our borders and coming into the city to develop. Obviously, that's within our UGB. We have these pockets of enclaves where those that have in the past been more proactive in their redevelopment and compliance with city standards and regulations, we've seen them come and develop. You know, primary example are a couple of applications coming before you all next week. The one that requires some level of policy discussion is in and around the enclaves that we have encircled for 3+ more years, which meets the Annexation Act of 1965. Once again, the past practice of council has not been to forcefully annex land and have them become voluntary and in partnership with the city. I think as we've continued to see the growth and the evolution of a city, and particularly even in my short period of time, you know, we've had to redirect members of our community to Adams County when we've run into those issues where we're at loggerheads with code enforcement violations or other aspects that we don't have the ability to control. So I guess where, as part of this and as part of a future conversation that'll be coming before the council is, what is our annexation strategy with respect to enclaves and with respect to development on our boundaries? And how do we actually go about trying to strike a balance of starting to fill in these pockets that provide for better service, not only of our police department, but ultimately as well as our code enforcement, and ultimately as well, how do we assist with the county that has to respond to these pockets as well, where it would make more sense that we provide that provision of service. But once again, that's a conversation that the council is going to have as a body as it relates to what do we do for the city going forward, and how do we then work with those property owners so that they can understand the benefits of working and coming in to the city.
Thanks for that explanation, Jason. My other question was just if it's possible to see this map with the future growth area overlaid with congressional district maps. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go over to Mr. Yost first, then you, Steve.
Steve, are these northeast areas, are any of those connected to I-270?
The northeast?
Yeah.
He's up here north of the airport?
Yeah.
Connected to 270? No, this.
I'm sorry, E470.
E470, no. So E470 is right here, this green line.
Okay.
This area 1, though, is connected to Embodum Road, which is the first north-south arterial that connects I-76 to I-70. And that's why that boundary was pushed out a little bit more, because that will be a strategic corridor in the future.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Douglas?
I believe it was back in 2010, the flea market wanted to come into Commerce City.
The flea market did come in.
Well, yes, they did. So when does that come online as far as annexation, is the city receiving any taxes?
There's an agreement that was entered into at the time where they pay a fee in lieu of sales tax because of the difficulty of trying to collect sales tax from each individual vendor. So that was the agreement that was put in place at that time of annexation.
Okay. I was just asking because there's a lot of different enclaves coming into the city, and they all have different ways of doing business, so I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Mr. Hurst?
I'll go ahead and say my comment, but it was more about that connection point up north. Hazelmont Road is going to get a significant investment into Hudson because Hudson's building two rail yards BNSF is building 2 rail yards in Hudson. One is a 10 million square foot storage container facility, and the other is like an aggregate focused rail yard, and it's going to be working on connecting to the Rocky Mountain Rail Yard off of I-70. And so as you were just talking about, those connecting points north-south are going to be incredibly important to have, business fronts on those roads.
Councilwoman?
What's the distance from the furthest northeast point to the western edge of that growth boundary?
From the proposed area?
Correct.
To?
No, all the way down.
All the way down to here?
Yep.
Well, let's look here. Y'all talk among yourselves here where I do a quick little. It's about, from here to here is about 16 miles. And then it's another 8 miles to that southern tip. So 16 by 8.
Any other questions or comments at this stage? Seeing none, go ahead, Mr. Timms, continue.
Little ones here.
Okay. Good evening again. Thank you all for participating with the dots. So I wanted to go over, kind of compare the results that you all provided with the results we got from the community as a whole. With the engagement that you've seen tonight that we've done since February, we've engaged with approximately 250 to 300 residents. And so we feel like that's a pretty decent sized sample, right, to give some feedback for the city. So the Key Choices survey was presented to a variety of folks in a variety of methods, which I'll talk about. And then we just asked everyone to, consider all of these things, because honestly, some of these are hard questions, right? There's a lot of good answers up there. So we're really trying to kind of drill down and get some specifics. And we've talked about some of these, but the Key Choices survey was presented to residents on the busiest nights at both of our rec centers, to a variety of groups, including our Citizens Advisory Committee, the Economic Development Committee, our Technical Advisory Committee, and HOA group, et cetera. We had a citywide public workshop at the end of April. It was available online, and we had the survey available in both English and Spanish. So I'll go over the results for each of the questions, and then we'll kind of compare, right, and sort of see how Planning Commission and City Council, how you agree or maybe disagree with the community. So question 1 was, should Victory Crossing, right, the area we're in now here at 60th and Quebec, develop with an emphasis on? So for this group, primarily commercial uses had 6 votes here, and which is a little bit different, right, from the community. The community responses were 48% for entertainment. And I will say, just based on a lot of the conversations we've had, entertainment, activities, something to do is something we've heard consistently from all groups, from students, from adults, in the north, in the south, everywhere we've heard that. And so you'll see, right, there's some other questions trying to determine what that means, but that is something that we've heard consistently. But I just wanted you all to see sort of these results here. As you all know, right, residential is not an option on Prairie Gateway, and so these all are. I don't think that entertainment is necessarily different from commercial, right? Commercial can certainly include entertainment, but it is interesting that, the community is really looking for that entertainment aspect, and so hopefully that's something that we can factor in as we move forward. Question 2, should the E470 corridor develop with an emphasis on? Right, and we have a variety of answers. This group tonight had 4 votes for employment, meaning commercial, office, and industrial, 4 votes for commercial retail, no votes for residential, interestingly, which lines up with the community, right, who only 5% voted for residential, 1 vote for mix of residential and retail. So a little bit different than the group. Let's see here. But still, I think pretty much in line, so still kind of makes sense. Question 3. Which parks and rec amenity is most needed in the community? A variety of things that we had heard again, and so this group, amphitheater and multi-purpose spaces, 40% of the community, right, said that. Again, we've heard that a lot in conversations. I would say it's even more so than what the voting shows. Obviously, there's an interest in parks and trails, right, and you could argue parks includes things like sports fields, so that's really things people are looking for. But this multi-purpose space, amphitheater, right, it really seems like people are interested in that entertainment again, right? It kind of goes back to that entertainment idea. Okay, question 4. Oh, look, we get more specific. What entertainment or activity is most needed, right? So again, trying to get those specifics. Kind of even across the board here with this group, 3 votes for public recreation, right, meaning things, right, that the community can provide, additional parks, fields, recreation centers, pools, things like that. 3 votes for concert and performing arts venues, which ties back to this amphitheater multipurpose space. 2 votes for private recreation. And compared to so that one, the community, 43% said private recreation, right? We heard a lot of things like, if you're familiar like with, right, Boondocks, right, up in Thornton, right, where it's got go-karts and mini golf and all of those things. That seems to be something else that people in the community are really interested in. Interestingly enough, maybe I'm aging myself, movie theater used to be the thing, right, when I was in high school. When we talked to the schools, right, when we were at Prairie View High School and Adams City High School, they weren't really interested in a movie theater. So maybe they're streaming at home, I don't know. So that was interesting. Trying to get to those details on entertainment. Question 5, really interesting. Should the city's existing heavy industry, right, and we were trying to kind of clarify that for the public, right, uses with the I3 zoning, right, you all are familiar with that. How should that be treated? This group encouraged to expand, fascinating, a little bit different than the community as a whole, right, 13% said encouraged to expand. The vast majority, right, were there on options B and C, maintained or limited in size and impact, right, which really that was sort of intended to mean as it is, right, but maybe with additional regulations, right, and then encouraged to close, relocate, or downsize, right, that didn't get much traction with this group or with the community as a whole. So I think there is, right, a recognition of the employment, right, and the jobs and things like that that are provided. Question 6, should the city's future residential growth be? And I know that's a little bit of a vaguely worded question, right? Obviously, you all know, right, we get a lot of questions, a lot of feedback about residential right now. The residential market is extremely hot, right? There's a lot of residential building going on. So we were looking for some feedback from the community and from you all on, you know, should that be maybe directed in any way? This group voted mostly for market-driven, and let's see, pretty similar, right, to the community as a whole. Community as a whole, it was, you know, open to some affordable housing, subsidized options. Also, right, 26% there for infill and redevelopment. So it seems like there's, you're right, people are open to a variety of options for that one. Question 7. This one maybe needs a little bit of context, and we certainly did chat with people about this when we were in person. Should large residential lots in the core city, right, over 8,000 square feet with an existing single-family home, right, and these are typically 800, 1,000 square feet homes, right, from the 1950s on these pretty large residential lots. We get a lot of questions about what folks can do with them, right, how they can redevelop them. Can they put another house? Can they put a duplex? Can they do a accessory dwelling unit? We get a lot of those questions. So that's what this question was really aimed at. And it really seems like this group, the community as a whole, right, are open to redevelopment options, right? Some densification there in the core city. It really seems like people are open to, right? Most of the votes here were for single-family homes, duplexes, and townhomes. Pretty similar for the community as a whole. They were also open to mixed use, right, which I think a lot of people could interpret to mean the same thing, right? Open to adding some multifamily apartments, to adding some commercial, embedded commercial or embedded retail. So open for redevelopment, I think, is really what we're hearing there. Question 8, Which of the following would you consider to be the most beneficial, and I know that's hard, the most beneficial if developed within the city? We have heard from initial engagement that people were interested in all of these, right? So that was, again, trying to get a little bit more specific. Hospital or medical campus is what this group voted for. Pretty similar there. With the community as a whole, it actually tied with entertainment venue, which we know, right? We know through all these questions, people are interested in entertainment. So interesting there, right? So we can certainly be sure that, right, land uses, right? We talked about these being foundational, that they are open to and can provide for this type of use should that become available. Question 9, right? You all know about the residential industrial interface, right? In various areas of the city, that's sort of a challenge, right, that we deal with. How should those be treated? Really is kind of this question. This group and the community agree, studied on a case-by-case basis, right? There's difference. There are residential industrial interface issues up north, right? 104th in Joliet, or down here on 56th Avenue, right? They're different. I think that's what we're hearing. People realize it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. They probably need to be studied on a case-by-case to see how to determine that. So interesting. Finally, question 10. This question talked about the 2010 comp plan, right? Based on its future land use map, it determined that the sort of ultimate build-out was 180,000 residents for the city. So this question really was kind of just designed to understand, did people agree with that? Did that make sense? Were they appalled, right? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I had no idea we would ever be that big. And so that kind of, right, gives us a little bit of insight into how that new future land use map will develop. This group thought it was about right, mostly. We got a lot of no opinion. I think that was just something people didn't have strong feelings about, but you know, higher than expected, only 22% of the community. So it really felt like people thought that they either weren't too concerned or it was kind of in line with what they were thinking. So that's just helpful for us to know, like I said, as we develop that future land use map and see how this population number, right, changes for the ultimate build out with those new land uses. So that's really, that's sort of the result of this survey with you all as well as the community. So we appreciate you all participating. Was anyone shocked or concerned, or any questions about any of the questions?
Does any of the council or planning commission members have any questions or comments on this portion of the presentation? Yep, go ahead. Councilwoman Grimes.
On question number 7, I'm just curious if you guys have a further breakdown of what the percentages were from responding residents in just the core city. I think it's really important to remember it's one thing to have an opinion about how an area is redeveloped if you don't live there, but I think it's critical that we keep in mind what the people who live there now want to see. So.
Sure, absolutely. We do have a breakdown for the physical paper surveys that we received that we conducted at Eagle Point Rec Center. I don't have that data for online surveys that were received, but we can certainly take a look and see kind of how those compare and if there's any difference there. And certainly, right, as we further develop those, right, as we get into the housing and neighborhoods chapter, we can certainly ask those additional questions, but it does just help us to understand that kind of as a whole, it seems like people are open to that conversation.
Absolutely, thanks.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Douglas?
You can call me Christy, it's okay. I just wanted to comment that I was a little bit shocked that this group really wanted to see expanded industrial. I just thought I should make a comment on that.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I put that because that's the only way I see us being able to afford half of our plans.
Councilwoman Douglas.
Yeah, then how do other cities do it?
They have a far different tax structure.
Councilmember Hurst. Councilwoman Noble.
I think one of the things that we heard earlier on when we were getting the training from the city attorney is to look at innovation and creativity and doing what we have been doing, which hasn't worked too well and has caused pollution problems and water contamination problems isn't the direction I want to go. So I did not support expanding industry, heavy industry. It didn't say just industry, it said heavy industry. That was a particular difference because I don't have a problem with industry, but not heavy industry.
Councilmember Hurst.
No, I don't disagree that that's a tough challenge, but moving it to someone else's backyard isn't any better. And I really think it's far more cost effective to move residential than it is to move heavy industry.
Councilwoman Douglas. I'm just kidding. Is there any other questions, comments? Yep, Mr. Yost.
I'm interested as to, I mean, what I'm hearing is this overwhelming want for entertainment venues. And I have a perception of what entertainment venues are. I'm just curious as to what other people think entertainment venues are.
Is there someone on staff that wants to answer that? Because I don't mind taking a shot. I mean, I think an entertainment venue in a municipality would mean movie theater, bowling alley, maybe something like Boondocks. Those are, to me, your classic entertainment venues, but I'm an old guy, so it's changed.
I think you're spot on, Councilmember Ford, where you're able to be a kid while being an adult as well. That's inclusive of restaurants, bars, taverns, facilities where children can come and enjoy themselves with their families, and vis-a-vis being able to, like I said, enjoy yourself as an adult is an entertainment value. I think performing arts is another aspect to that from a cultural perspective. You know, some of the event facilities that you may find, and if somebody's been to Kansas City, the Power and Lights District is a prime example of a entertainment district that has a lot of vitality, vibrance, activity of people and different type of aspects within an 18-hour period of time to be able to engage. So,
Mr. Yost, you good there?
Yeah, that explains it very well, and it paints a whole different picture in my mind. Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else comments or questions on this portion of the presentation? I do. Yep, Councilwoman Douglas.
So I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilwoman Noble that we need to start being innovative and creative in envisioning the future of our city. And we don't have to keep doing the same thing that we've been doing to be successful.
Mr. Hurst?
Yeah, I think where we're sitting right now is an interesting discussion that, you know, some folks or the community put entertainment, and then the comment made that entertainment can be a business as well, commercial. And I think that's where my mindset, when I was answering that question, it's like, similar to what Mr. Rogers was just saying, you know, go to other places that have a professional stadium in their town, or even look at what's being proposed by the Pepsi Center for the reasons it's being proposed. You know, Pepsi Center in the middle of an urban area does feel like it's a little bit on an island because it's surrounded by massive parking lots. Well, here too, it feels like the actual, you know, until you look at the residential just to the east of here, but here too, it feels like the stadium's a little bit on an island, and it has the potential for, you know, bars and restaurants and, you know, a little walking retail area with, you know, maybe not massive because you're competing against Northfield, but at the same time, that's generated by the foot traffic of the Stalker Stadium. And then when I hear about, you know, we need a concert venue, the first thing I think about is next door. And, you know, why is there 4 concerts a year there and not 20? You know, it's a really good resource for our town if used correctly. And I know we don't have the authority to do so, but looking for partnerships there could enhance that opportunity with an asset that's already here.
Councilwoman Noble.
I just wanted to point out one other thing, too, is that the survey was brought to the BREED Act committee, but we didn't actually have time to fill it out. We were going to do it at the next session. So those business people who attend didn't really do it. I just wanted to make that point.
No one else? Councilwoman Douglas.
Thank you. So I did want to say about the concerts at Dick's. The complaints come from the Denver side about the noise. The people from the Carver City side do not complain about it, but all of the complaints come from the people who live off 56 and behind the stadium in the Denver boundaries. Just wanted to throw that out there.
So should we turn up the volume?
Yeah, we should. You know, from my perspective over the years, and I know there's some folks that think that we didn't do it right the last 20 years. One of the things that's missing from this presentation is the fact that the residents of Commerce City actually voted to allow growth to happen back in the mid to late 90s. I wasn't on the city council at the time. Dave Busby was the mayor, and it was an overwhelming support for the city to allow the city to grow. And it was a vote by the residents of Commerce City. However, as part of that allowing the city to grow, was the citizens said, but we don't want to pay for it. So growth needs to pay its own way for the best of its ability. When that happened, that's when you saw the GID get formed. It was the water department, the city, and United Power that funded that. And they put it together, and they covered the note until there was enough business up north and enough properties to be able to cover the debt of the GID. I think we had to refinance it at least once. Then the residents voted to allow 104th to be tied to the GID for the widening of 104th. And that was, again, a vote by the residents. And we didn't have any metro districts at all until that took place. But we were trying to honor the city was trying to honor the vote of the citizens to have growth pay its own way to the best of its ability. Now, without metro districts, you can't honor that because the city then has to come up with the money to pay for the infrastructure, and therefore that's why the metro districts were in place. We've been having a lot of discussions about metro districts, and sometimes I feel like, you know, I get fingers pointed at me that, hey, I was here when that happened and it was wrong. Everybody that lives in a metro district lives there after the metro district was put together, not before. And we have to keep some of that in mind when we talk about these developments and growing, annexation, widening things, getting bigger. But the residents voted to allow growth under the expectation that it would pay its own way. Hence the reason why some of these things are in place today. And hence the reason I bring it forward is because of this discussion, and someone will have to pay for the infrastructure that goes into these areas if we annex them. And some of the areas around Monaco Elementary and stuff in the county, they're not in that great a shape, and there's a lot of costs. The other thing that's always discussed is every house that goes into Commerce City costs the taxpayers money. Houses are a draw or a drain on your revenue streams. Commercial, industrial, those things are not. And yes, it needs to be a balance. And I'm all for getting rid of the heavy industry once there's things that can offset those impacts. I would rather have Suncor right where it's at. And I'll re-say that. I would rather have Suncor right where it's at than having the amount of trucks come from Houston to bring the fuel that Suncor produces. So until we can balance things, I take that position of, yeah, we may not like it. I want it to be cleaner as well. I'm not opposed to making it better. But can you do without it until you have something new and innovative? And so that's my position on industrial isn't that I'm pro-industrial. I'm pro-community, and you have to have a balance of industry as well as commercial and residential, and that's what I had strived for many years. And I don't think a lot of people understand why Metro Districts, GIDs, all that took place, why it came here, was because of the vote from the citizens to allow us to grow our community, but without having to foot the bill. And that's what the residents at the time, before there was any development north of 96th Avenue. Councilwoman Noble.
Thank you. Since you raised the issue of Metro Districts,
Yeah.
I was just on the Home Builders Association tour for 8 hours on Friday, and Metro Districts was part of the discussion. And there are developers who do it a different way, and there are cities that do it a different way than here in Commerce City. So it's not that we can't have Metro Districts. We just need to maybe think about doing it a different way. One of the projects that we visited, Painted Prairie in Aurora, has won multiple awards, including a national award for its layout and design and all kinds of things. I mean, I could do chapter and verse. I'm sorry that you weren't able to attend the tour so that you could see it yourself. And I asked the developer specifically what the Metro District mill levy is, and it was 50. So maybe we don't have to go up to 65 or 75 or 88. So I think those are things that we need to be looking at when we're looking at Metro Districts, is how to do it in the best way, not how not to do it, but how, I think I have a double negative in there, but how to do it the right way.
I don't disagree with you, Councilman Noble. I think any way that you can find to do things better is great. I just mentioned that about industrial. Let's find a way to do it better. But also in my same remarks is don't throw the baby out with bathwater. We need to find ways to be innovative and do things better, just like in that mission statement. So I'm not against doing it better. It's finding ways to do it better, and I'm a part of that. But I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. All right, anybody else have any questions or comments at this portion of the presentation? Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as far as Metro Districts, I'm not opposed to them. It's about its expectations that has not held up on the other side. You know, I take, for instance, we just had a planning meeting about Legato, and then how the residential is being built there, but around it is a lot of commercial and mixed use. And I saw there's a big portion of the park going in, and I figured, okay, that's their park because they're going to have, you know, maintenance and operations and what is 10 mills, whatever. And they're not tied to the new what's being proposed, but they're under their old. And so it was stated that that park is going to be built by the city. So here you have the residents who are on the hook for the maintenance and operation for the green belt and around the little areas where the homes are going to be built on those tracks. But the park is going to be built by the city.
So on this one, Mr. Douglas, I want to be very careful because we might be having that come before us in a quasi-judicial manner, and I don't want to.
Well, just even take the name out.
Testimony.
Just even take the name out. I'm sorry I said that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, so we don't take testimony outside
Right.
of a public hearing.
No, I'm not taking, I just want to make sure that when things are brought forward, it has to be thought out because of the impact of the future residential.
Sure, I agree with you. So I want to move forward. Anybody else have any comments before we move forward? Seeing none, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. So just to wrap up for you all, like I said, thank you so much for the Planning Commission and City Council for participating with us tonight. So we just wanted to kind of outline for you what, oh, there's a vacuum, what all this means and what we will do with it next. And so really, there we go. maybe that means I'm running long. It's like the Oscars, wrap up. So we will take all of this data, and if you saw the boards over there from the high school students, they provided some really insightful feedback as well. So we're gonna use all of that to continue to build the land uses, right? The future land uses, that's what you all are super interested in. We're actually calling them character areas, right? A little bit more modern term, and so we will be bringing that to you soon. We're also working on the development of a corridor analysis, right? The city has a lot of corridors, and so you can imagine there's a lot to analyze there. And so we're working on putting that together for you. We would anticipate coming back to have another study session with you all, one, maybe two, maybe three, right? Sometime in the summer, right, as we're getting there. So over the next 6, 8, 10 weeks, I would expect for us to be back before you. And then as we've done, right, as you've seen that we've done tonight, since February, we will continue to do this outreach with the community, right? Continue to keep them engaged and to continue to get their feedback so that these elements of the plan are driven by the community. And so that's kind of what we have on the horizon. Also coming up, right, are the individual chapters of the plan, right? The housing and neighborhoods chapter, the transportation chapter, employment, and you saw, right, again, you saw a lot of questions and some answers that can really feed into those, right, that can help develop those goals and objectives for that chapter. So this was all extremely helpful for us, really sort of foundational building, and so we'll be back before you before long. It's already summer somehow, and so here in the next couple of months with those next steps and to continue to get your feedback and direction. So, yes, ma'am.
Great, I want to thank you for coming and thank you for the presentation. Councilwoman Noble.
I noticed that on the students' questionnaires that they were asked about walkability and transportation and so forth. Those seemed like very key issues to have brought before the general public, and they were not included among the key questions.
Absolutely, you're right, they weren't. I would expect some more of those really specific questions to come about in the next round or two, right? These were sort of land use based. And then we did target the questions a little bit for the students and what we thought they would be a little bit more knowledgeable about and involved with. But absolutely, there was some great feedback there, particularly from our Adams City High School students. We really heard some interesting infrastructure type feedback. They were really concerned about street lighting, really concerned about sidewalk widths, really some basics like that. So you're right, very basic, very vital information. And so we will absolutely continue to refine that and ask those additional questions as we move forward, for sure.
Yeah, you could really see the contrast between North and South as well in the students' responses about what was important to each, not because it was, maybe less walkable in the South, more walkable in the North, for example, that kind of thing in terms of the way that they answered their questions. So those are definitely things for us to address. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you again for the presentation. Does anybody else have anything on this issue before I move forward? I want to, Mr. Hurst.
Yeah, I would love to see us partnership with the water district to educate, because I scan through the water quality reports and I don't see how we have bad water here. Looks like it's pretty darn good.
I wouldn't disagree. I do want to thank the Planning Commission for coming for this portion of the meeting. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Some interesting items on the agenda, I think that may interest you all, but it's great to be able to get together and at least see who's on the respective boards and participate in some of this together. So thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to our next presentation, commercial development activities and market update. I'll invite Michelle Claymore forward to make that presentation.
Good evening, Council. Nice to see everyone tonight. So this is a reschedule from a request that we had earlier in the year to give you all an update on commercial development and some of the activity that we're seeing in Commerce City. A lot of the questions that were and conversations that were brought up earlier will feed right into this presentation. So What we'd like to do tonight is kind of go over some of that activity that we're seeing, especially in specific corridors in Commerce City. Talk about how Shop Local is important to keeping the retail market and the commercial market viable. And then we'll have Katie Press with KP and Associates give an update on the grocery retailing market. So this slide really just kind of sets the stage for where we are. And you know what's exciting is that if you look at the built environment in Commerce City, we are starting to see more and more commercial development go up. So right now we're at 1.71 million square feet. And that's an 18.4% growth over the last 5 years. And right now our vacancy is very, very low at 2.4%. Usually anything below 3 or 4% kind of is an indicator to the market that there might be demand, built up demand. So we like seeing these low vacancy rates. And this slide is kind of showing where a lot of the core activity is happening today. And it kind of makes sense because it's where both of our King Soopers grocery anchors are located. But 60th and Vasquez, you know, that's a very transportation-oriented area. You have a lot of trucking companies going through there. You have a lot of our major employers in the area there, and a lot of that area wants to see more commercial develop. And so it's kind of taken a while for some of the vacancy rates to go down with the existing retail in the area, but we still kind of get, you know, what's available, what can we build. We've lately gotten some hotel interest in that area. We've gotten some of the fast food folks that are kind of expanding out there looking in the area. And so it really is kind of main in the core part of our city. And then in our northern range, we look at Chambers and 104th. And, you know, that is almost done with development opportunities, new development opportunities. So a lot of the development has happened in Reunion Station. We'll look at that a little bit closer here in a minute. And then on the south side of the street, we've got North Range Town Center and Aspen Hills. And then, of course, where it all started with the King Soopers Marketplace. So that's kind of really where we're seeing a lot of our new inquiries coming into. And then we've also seen some activity in Derby, which we haven't seen in the last couple of years. You know, it was kind of quiet in the early stages of COVID, but recently we've had some new retailers come into the Derby area that we'll talk about. Okay, so going back up to the northern range and looking at Reunion Station. So again, Reunion Station is that commercial development that's on the northeast corner of 104th and Chambers. It's where State House Restaurant went in. We have Dutch Brothers has been a nice addition that has been very popular with the residents. G's Tacos is our second full-service restaurant to go into that development. And then we've got 2 new announcements. So Jersey Mike's and Wingstop are going to go into the Inline Center next to the Ent Credit Union folks. I know you're going to ask about Planet Fitness, so I'll talk about that. What we know today about Planet Fitness is that when they worked out their lease agreement with the folks that were going to build their facility for them, it was kind of before we started seeing all the price escalations. And now with all the price escalations, they're really struggling making their numbers pencil out. And so they've gone back to the drawing board with negotiations. We have not heard that they're not going to build, they're just restructuring the deal. So that's what we know today. Looking at it too, you see kind of a blue square and a red square. Those are the last 2 remaining spots for developments that are available within the Reunion Station. The blue square, we have heard recently had an investor purchase that, and we are trying to influence a new restaurant type project going in there. So we'll see if that happens. The red square is still available, so that'll be the last to develop. Okay, now going to the southwest corner of 104th and Chambers. This is an older commercial development that has taken a while for the market to kind of recognize, but over the last 4 years, you've kind of seen all of these new folks come in. And as you can see, Lot 8 and Lot 9 are the last two to develop within Aspen Hills. Lot 9 is planned for a Dollar Tree store, and Lot 8 is planned for a Ziggy's at this time. And then the big chunk of property that's east of 103rd will be a multi-family development called the Range at Reunion. Going back to Derby, talking about Derby, I love working in Derby. That's one of my favorite areas of the city. And as you all know, we have been trying to spearhead preservation of the murals in Derby. They've got some paint loss, and we just want to make sure that we don't lose those iconic murals for the area. Unfortunately, we've just learned that the class that was to be held with the art students to help us preserve these murals has been canceled because they didn't have enough students sign up for it. So we are looking at some alternatives to see what we can do to preserve these. In addition to that, there's 3 projects that have been recently announced in Derby. We've got a new Western wear shop that opened up, a new candy store, the Candy Mex store, which also has ceramics. And then we came to council a couple weeks ago with the ice cream shop that is planned near the Small Business Resource Center. And we are thankful that you were able to help fund through the URA, fund some of the costs to bring up the infrastructure that would allow a restaurant-type operation to go into the existing space that's there. So we just talked about that. The other project that we're really trying to push along is a new full-service restaurant, a sushi restaurant, that is scheduled to go in next to, at 104th and Highway 2, next to the bar. I'm sorry, I've just completely lost it out of my mind. Somebody help me. Anchor CrossFit, the new, I'm sorry? Yeah, so Anchor CrossFit owner, and then there's the Port Tap House, and then that owner built a space for a restaurant because he heard of the community need. And he's been interviewing different restaurant concepts to go in there and has been working with this taco sushi group. And for some reason, we just kind of see construction delay after construction delay. So we're really trying to assist any way we can, but that project is on hold until they can get their tenant improvements completed. And again, you know, COVID was very hard on the restaurant industry, but in Commerce City, we were just very excited that we still had projects moving forward. And so this is a list of all of the new restaurant openings in 2020 and 2021. You know, some of these feel like they've been here forever. They're part of our neighborhood, so time flies quickly, but we've also got these announcements on the bottom of the additional ones, and I've talked about some of these. So, you know, glad to see the activity still moving in. Sometimes it's hard for our residents, we understand, and the community in general to kind of keep track of all the new restaurant announcements that are out there. So we've been working with our IT department to put together this online restaurant guide, and we're almost there. We've had a couple glitches that we've been working through, but we're hoping to post this very soon so that you know, we can get the community to really, again, shop local and go to each of these restaurants and try each of these restaurants. You'll be able to kind of click on the dot. It'll tell you which restaurant it is, what type of restaurant it is. And we're hoping that this is a way to increase traffic from locally to each of these business owners. Then we kind of get into an exciting part about First. You know, Commerce City is seeing some new development coming in, and so we've got our planned First hotel development to happen at Mile High Greyhound Park. This is from the RFP that was issued a year ago, right at this time, and Pure Strike Developments, working through that process, is under contract to purchase 2 acres from the Urban Renewal Authority for a new 4-story Woodspring Suites Hotel that will have 122 rooms. Another first is a new distillery that just opened up. And we know it as Anders Beverage, but they're doing business under Farm and Spirit. And they're a small batch distillery that's making bourbons, whiskeys, and vodkas, and maybe some other products. They've talked about gin, different things. Right now, you can try the product if you would like to at Bison Grill Restaurant. They've been carrying it now for a while. Our hopes is that we can find a space for a tasting room. We are looking for a partner that will partner with the distillery to open a tasting room, or at the very least, get their product in a lot of the restaurants and liquor stores in Commerce City. Another first is our first food truck park is planned at the Mile High Flea Market. And this is an exciting project. Brian Fetaplace on my team is here today, and he's been working with these folks that are going to call it Comida Park at Mile High Flea Market. And it will be a space that is in the front parking area that they will cordon off and have up to 55 food trucks that are there permanently. And they'll put out some outside dining tables, some tents. They'll have a venue for entertainment, and it's really a way to kind of bring our first food truck park to Commerce City in an exciting way. And we're hoping to incorporate a lot of our existing food truck operators into this, this new opportunity. I think that they are planning on having it up and running by the fall. What's that? Third quarter? Late fall. Okay, another first is, you know, and again, it goes along the need for more entertainment venues, but on Friday, we released a food hall and market RFP. Similar to how we did the hotel, you know, there is a space that's been identified in the commercial part of the Mile High Greyhound Park that would make sense to operate as a food hall. So we sent it out to about 175, 200, somewhere in there, developers, retailers, and other food hall operators to see if we can get some interest in somebody bringing a project like this to Commerce City. So we'll know by June 10th. That'll be the closing date on that. Shop local, I just bring this up any chance that I can because that's really a key component of a successful retail attraction project. If we have empty storefronts or if we have retailers that are struggling, we're going to have a hard time bringing more in. And so we really want that connection between the community and our retail businesses. You know, making sure that we're buying local, dining local, that, you know, ways that we can help are leaving positive reviews about restaurants, not negative ones on there, purchasing gift cards from our restaurants for family and friends when you need to, but really strengthening that shop local support of our small businesses. We also have the Shop Where I Live program that offers retail businesses a way to have an online presence. Talked about that. What's exciting is kind of looking at all of this activity and all of these projects. You know, we talk about diversifying the industry clusters in Commerce City, and it feels like we're really starting to grow a food and beverage industry outside of just the manufacturing, which we've always had. And so, you know, through the Shop Where I Live, we've identified some home-based businesses that we can start kind of helping and supporting through their growth stages. So if they have aspirations to grow their business, they could grow it, say that they provide some kind of a food product. They can become a food truck operator. They could become a vendor in the food hall if we get that up and running, or they can own their own restaurant. And so we're putting support blocks in place so that they have that support through each of these different stages. And so as you can see, we were very excited to put this graph together showing all of the different components that are coming in, and there's, again, room for more. So what does the future look like? Well, you know, as 104th and Chambers and the 60th and Vasquez area really are matured out for new development, you know, what I tried to do is show where the next areas of development might be for commercial. And on the north side, there's really going to be that growth to 104th and Tower. especially with all of the activity along Tower Road, and then all of the traffic that's going into the airport, that kind of makes sense, as well as all of the population growth up there. And so, the developments in that area that we're going to be seeing a lot of activity over the next couple years is Reunion Center, Third Creek, and then Shea Property has some property out there. So that's really going to be a lot of where a lot of it is. However, a lot of these new developments are going to have some kind of a commercial component. So that's why I've got circles in lots of these different new developments that are coming on board. It might take a couple years for them to come on board. It might take more than that, less than that. It really kind of depends on the market and what the market will sustain out there. Down in the core city, we still see Mile High Greyhound Park as a great opportunity for commercial growth, and we're going to keep pursuing some other projects for that, as well as the station area. We'd like to see kind of a mixed-use concept in there, and then, of course, we've got the dot down there at Victor Crossing. So at this point, before I introduce Katie, do we have any questions on what I've just presented?
Questions from the council. Councilwoman Grimes.
Thanks, Michelle. A lot of exciting stuff happening. One question, you had a slide about the south side of 104th, west of Chambers. You don't necessarily have to scroll all the way back, but the UC Health Emergency Center, it's closed now. And I was curious if there's any insight about what might happen with that building and if they're going to just keep it and leave it vacant, or?
So we had heard that it was closed, and we called and they said they are not closed. They were just having staffing concerns, so they closed for a month. But they have all intentions of reopening, but it really had to do with staffing is what they told us.
Okay.
Councilwoman Noble?
I noticed, Michelle, that on the slide where you showed the potential centers and existing centers, that the MHGP is sitting atop, basically, 72nd and Colorado. And as I recall, that was an area that when I participated in the comprehensive plan focus groups, that has been an area that people really saw as a potential area. And since that white block is covering it, I just wanted to point that out. You see the MHGP?
Yeah, it's this little red dot is kind of that 72nd area.
Correct, and it's right there by the light rail, which is especially convenient.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Michelle, for the presentation.
Great, thank you. Now I'd like to bring Katie Press up with KP and Associates, and Katie's been working with us for the last almost 2 years, not quite 2 years. And really, what we get is her expertise from her experience over the last several, actually over her career, working with lots of developers in the area. And she is highly respected and well-known by developers and brokers. And, when we kind of started going down the retail path, we did not have that expertise here in the city. And so one of the most valuable things that I have found working with Katie is her being able to kind of teach us how the industry works, because site selection is so different for the retailers than it is for kind of primary job users. And then look at developments and kind of analyze developments and their commercial components and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense from a market standpoint. And then if we hear a rumor, I hear that so-and-so is out in the market, expanding, can you verify or not verify that? And so we call her up, and usually within the same day, she's got inside information about what's going on in the market. So from a staff standpoint, we find that really, really valuable. So all of that she does, today we're only going to focus on her insight into the grocery market, but know that Katie does so much more for the team at this point. So Katie, give me just a second to pull this up for you.
Councilwoman Noble.
I'm sorry, I just want to ask one other question first. Can you go back to that map that you were on, Michelle? Yeah, That one. Reunion Center, Third Creek, Shea property, the intersection of 96th and Tower. Can we have some information on what's happening in those areas and how we're working with the developers? And what you might have heard about what might be coming into those areas as well. I don't want to overlook that, and I almost did. Thank you.
No, certainly. So, it's some of the commercial that's going to come into that corridor is going to come after they kind of know how the rest of the area is going to develop. That being said, we have seen, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give you some generals at this point, but we have seen some interest from some hotel developers in the corridor. There's also a new Starbucks that is planned further down Tower Road. At that point, that's kind of the highlights for the interest on the commercial side from that. How we work with those developers is, as they bring projects in and we get to know what their projects are and their timing, which is very important, then we make sure that we meet with them. I know Brian and I have met with several of these property owners down the corridor to talk about their commercial pieces, understand what they're offering, what their vision for it is, and then try to influence and then help market those sites out for the uses that we're targeting, such as the restaurants, the healthcare, all of those different things that we've talked about.
I had heard that 96th and Tower was particularly active. Is there anything that we can know about?
Just what I've just said, yeah, that we've got some hotel developments.
Okay, what about the
looking.
unincorporated Adams County property?
I'm sorry?
The unincorporated Adams County property.
I see Jason's going to talk.
That fronts along Tower Road, ma'am, at the northwest intersection?
Correct.
That's currently going through the rezone and annexation process.
To what?
To allow for commercial and residential development.
Thank you.
Okay, Katie, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. It's really nice to see everybody in person. I'm so tired of that darn Zoom thing that we've been doing. So I'm going to talk about grocery, and it's going to be focused on the Northern Range tonight. So if you want to. I want to start first with the state of grocery retailing and where we're at. It's probably one of the more volatile aspects of retailing development. You can see my printout's all messed up, so I'm going to have to read it from here. It's one of the more volatile aspects of retailing, believe it or not. It seems like it wouldn't be, but there's a lot of shifting consumer activity within this particular aspect of retail, and it really impacts at the end of the day how we see bricks and mortar grocery expansion manifesting itself. I think the best way to talk about grocery retailing is still chaotic. Its chaos continues in the grocery industry, and it's really because we as consumers have shifted how we buy groceries. We once upon a time were pretty predictable in how we would acquire our everyday needs-based type of retailing in the form of grocery. That's no longer the case. We may shop multiple retailers. We may shop and not with the same frequency. We may utilize online options to acquire some of the goods that we used to traditionally acquire from a grocery store. I think one of the best ways, as I put it, is that as a grocery consumer, currently we're not buying the same thing from the same place with the same frequency. And that kind of inconsistent consumer behavior really exasperates from the lingering impacts of the pandemic. So a lot of these factors in grocery retailing were prevalent before the pandemic. The pandemic just helped to really solidify and deepen and strengthen some of those shifting consumer patterns. And when we talk about how we look at retailing for grocery stores in bricks and mortar format, that unpredictable consumer is a very large component. That inability of a grocer to predict what we will be doing or looking for from a grocery store in the future has an impact when we talk about what kind of movement they're making from bricks and mortar perspective. So what do the prognosticators say? There's plenty of them, I'll say that. And to be fair, for some of you who are not as familiar with my background, I certainly have a very strong and deep grocery bank background. My contacts and experience and knowledge into the grocery industry is still fairly significant. And so it's interesting when we get into a private sector conversation about what does it mean for grocery. In general, this is where we kind of fall into the categories. It continues to shift. We're shifting on an online basis, and with many of the grocery retailers, predominantly Amazon, but many of the grocery retailers trying to figure out same-day delivery services. I'm not going to tell you that that's been figured out yet, or that they can do it in a fashion that we find acceptable as consumers, but that movement towards trying to figure out, very quick turnaround delivery of groceries is still at the forefront of most grocery retailers. Many of the retailers have turned to third-party providers such as Instacart to help grocery retailers build their e-commerce value offerings. So the ability to get groceries from an online perspective and into consumers' hands in a quick basis, they're starting to look to third-party operators. If you've tried some of those, you'll find that some of those are a little bit challenging at times. Sometimes they work really well, sometimes they don't. There was a huge debate that happened, I think, just here recently because not everybody tips on Instacart. And there's a phenomenon starting to happen where Instacart people or facilities are not willing to make deliveries if there's not been given this upfront tip that's part of online. So kind of indicates the continuing chaos that fits within the grocery industry. Food delivery platforms such as Uber Eats and DoorDash are also entering the fray. Where that all shakes out, right now I don't think any of the prognosticators can really say what's the best vehicle to get groceries from an online perspective to your front door. It's going to continue to evolve. I don't think we can really say today with any certainty what's going to be the right thing that works that way. Amazon continues to propel forward with online order delivery of groceries. I think they are the biggest disruptor in the whole grocery industry. They have the distribution capacity to be able to really grow that online presence and become yet a stronger phantom grocery, as we call them. And I want to be really clear about that. They do exist already in that format, and they do generate enough grocery sales that they are a significant player in terms of grocery, yet they don't really today exist with bricks and mortar grocery stores. So online grocery is not only here, but it's going to expand. Next slide. So let's talk about Amazon Fresh. And this is from an online perspective. Yes, I know they're building stores. I know they're contemplating expansion of that. And I also can tell you that they're struggling with that concept. So for today's purposes, we can really only look at what they're trying to do online because it's the most predictable in terms of whether or not they actually become a bricks and mortar competitor to our traditional grocery stores. But Amazon's looming in the online grocery market in the United States by offering Amazon Fresh home delivery. It does matter how close you live in terms of a distribution facility for that, whether or not you see this as something that can be delivered to you quickly. Not everybody has eligibility to receive groceries online from Amazon Fresh. They're working, I would say, very diligently to figure out distribution in such a way that they can service anybody within a metropolitan area. Their disruptive approach to grocery includes, that collect and click offering where shoppers can choose online grocery orders within a 15-minute to 2-hour delivery window. That's a fairly significant game changer in the whole aspect of grocery shopping. Full rollout has not been implemented yet, so we really haven't seen, as a typical grocery consumer, we've really not seen what that's going to look like when they are quote-unquote rolling. Next slide. How does this impact bricks and mortar grocery? So why do we care, right? I mean, that sounds great. And the fact that some people use it, some people don't, and the frequency of which they use it and how much they use it, why do we really care? Well, the shift to increased online grocery retailing has bricks and mortar grocers racing to put those platforms in place. So what that means is somebody like King Soopers if they're going to remain competitive against Amazon online, they have to have some of those same elements to offer consumers. And they feel like that's a really important component. Walmart certainly does. I will tell you that, any major grocery chain across the United States is trying to figure out how to remain competitive with this online component. And if any of us have tried some of these platforms, they still have work to do. Like I said, almost every experience you can get with online groceries, I don't care who you're getting it from, there are times when it really works and there's times when it really doesn't work. So what happens when that's happening is that capital that might have been used on bricks and mortar, building new stores, gets shifted. So I'm a company and I need to create a new shopping platform where traditionally I sold groceries in a bricks and mortar store, physical store. I now am trying to figure out how to incorporate an entirely new element of getting groceries to customers. I have to shift capital that's within my industry or in my company to create the platform in order to do that. And when what we've seen has happened now in the last, I would say, 3 to 4 year window, is that those traditionally bricks and mortar grocery stores, I mean, I don't care if you're Publix or your Vons, which is Safeway, or your Kroger or King Soopers or Tom Thumb or who any of those grocers are across the country, they have put store development on the back burner as they are spending money trying to get these online platforms going. So new store development goes on the back burner with capital being dedicated to online formats. They're still in the midst of that. That doesn't mean that they don't ever build stores. Most of these grocers are, to the degree, still building grocery stores, not at the same capacity that they were doing before the advent of online grocery coming in. So when we had what we would now call an old school market conditions, where online was never really in the picture, you had a typical capital investment in terms of continuing to grow your store bases based on population. Now that has actually been set aside, and they're building stores on a much lower capacity or much lower number in order to spend money on how to figure out how to get groceries to us in the virtual world. Next slide. So what does that mean to Commerce City? And why do we care, right? And I say this as like, where is everyone? How come we don't see more grocery stores expanding, right? That limited grocery expansion by retailers really leaves us with few options to consider for grocery growth in Commerce City. So there are some industry-wide aspects that basically impact almost every municipality in the country when we're looking at growing grocery stores, because we have these grocers who have shifted their focus at least in this time period and for the foreseeable future to figure out a new way to get groceries to us, and they're not as focused on trying to build stores. And so that impacts us, and it impacts any other municipality who are poised to see grocery growth in their industry or in their city. Next slide. So now let's kind of boil it down and kind of look at what this really means to us in Commerce City, right? So here are the grocers that are operating in Colorado. This is important because if we're going to grow our grocery base, it's going to come from a grocery chain that is operating here in Colorado. Yes, there are always the opportunity for other chains to start expanding. Aldi's always one that gets thrown out. When's Aldi coming to Colorado? Are there, you have, gosh, I'm trying to think, there hasn't been hardly very many big national chains who have really looked at trying to come to Colorado in a meaningful way. But as we just talked about, they're really focused in a different area of their business than they are trying to enter into potentially new markets. So really what we see is, who's here already and who would want to expand and expand into opportunities that meet that growing need. So like a growth market like the Northern Range is for Commerce City, it's more than likely going to come from a grocer that's operating in Colorado. So and we're going to break it down by who the grocery store's target customers are. So conventional grocer, that's your King Soopers and your Safeway. Both are operating here in Colorado. Right now, they're the only two conventional grocers that operate with any type of breadth of marketplace in terms of conventional grocer. Mass market retailers, that's Walmart and Super Target. We actually have the distinction of having the most Super Targets in a marketplace, because at the time that Target was expanding here in Colorado, they were very high on doing groceries. They no longer do groceries in any kind of a new format that they might be looking at. So any Target that you see coming through in the future will be, might have a smattering of grocery-related items, but in general, they're not going to have the full-scale grocery store. We have no-frills value grocers like Super Saver. Our alternative grocers, who, again, are different than our conventional grocers. And if you guys go back to some of that educational materials that I gave you a little over a year ago, where we really start to break out the differences about grocery stores and how they work, you'll find that that conversation relates to how we're looking at grocery. The alternative grocers are currently operating in Colorado are Whole Foods, Sprouts, and natural grocers. And you know, I don't typically put Trader Joe's in this category, because Trader Joe's tends to be kind of an entity onto themselves. And so they probably fit much more in the specialty, even though I don't think they necessarily fit within their own category. I certainly could have put a separate line item for Trader Joe's, but for the purposes of the conversation today, we didn't really pull them out. Specialty, these are guys like Clark's, H Mart. H Mart is a Korean-based grocery store with a Korean focus of product selection. Marzix, if you're familiar with them, off of Colfax and in Westminster's. Tony's Meats, Pacific Ocean, again, that's another Asian grocery store, Mi Pueblo, which we're familiar with. So this is who's operating. This is, we're more than likely going to try and, well, we're not going to try, we're more than likely going to find a grocer out of this list from an expansion perspective for Commerce City. Next slide. So who's actively expanding? So we know who's here. Now who's actually building new stores? Because we're basically working our way down to the bottom of the funnel. So who's actively expanding? Of the grocers operating in Colorado, only a few are active and or selectively expanding. King Soopers is the only consistently active grocer in the state of Colorado right now, who has a kind of a same number of stores on an average basis. I would say right now, knowing quite a bit about their expansion plans, I think right now they have 5 that they're currently working on that would be somewhere in the next 2 to 3, 4-year period. Many have not been nor are currently active at all with new store development. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time on the next slides talking about who some of these folks are. Next slide. Before we do that, we'll talk about what grocers would be the best fit. Who's our target? Who are we trying to attract, and who are we trying to convince that this is where they need to be? So this is where we start talking about trade area characteristics, and there's a difference between conventional grocers and alternative grocers on trade areas. They don't look for the same thing. There are elements that are the same, but as a whole, when we look at trade areas for different types of grocers, they're distinctly different. And so when we look at who's the best fit in the northern range of Commerce City, right now as it exists today, our best fits are probably going to be Safeway, who would be a complement in terms of a conventional grocer against King Soopers, Walmart, a supercenter, which would bring that scale of grocery store that's similar to King Soopers or a Safeway. Sprouts, which starts to fall into the alternative grocery category and has a different criteria than the 2 folks above them. And Natural Grocers, which fits into, again, that alternative grocery perspective. Why not Whole Foods? Whole Foods tends to be very selective in terms of their trade area dynamics. They look for trade areas that are far more dense than we have had opportunity to mature into yet. And then they tend to look for a very specific clientele, which, interestingly enough, we do fit I don't think that we are out of bounds for them. I think it really comes down to a much more urbanized area that they find as an attractive option for them. So next slide. So let's talk about Safeway. Frankly, from my perspective, I think if Safeway were active, and we will get to that at the bottom line, this would be our best bet. I think we would have a market that fits for Safeway today in the Northern Range. They're the only other conventional grocer currently operating in Colorado. When we say conventional grocer, they're broad-based, right? These are not the grocers who are trying to be much more selective about their consumer profile. They're the logical choice for expansion in Commerce City. Unfortunately, Safeway's not built a new store in the Colorado marketplace in over a decade. They are inconsistent rumors that they may look to expand sometime in the future, but nothing concrete has moved forward from those rumors. I spoke to their representative just last week, and again, there's no activity in terms of them looking to expand here in Colorado. I'm not going to say the door's ever totally shut. I mean, that can always change. But currently, we have no way to engage them because they're not actively looking to really expand stores. What I was told last week was, check with us back in the fall. Maybe by then, we'll have some idea if we want to do something. Don't necessarily disagree that we would be an option for them, but more or less, you know, we're not sure if we're going to be expanding, and if we are, how we're going to expand. So unfortunately, that's not somebody we can get engagement with at this point. There's no way that we can interest them when their entire chain is not expanding. Next slide. Walmart. So no national news about new store openings since 2018. Walmart has not been active with new stores in Colorado for several years. It was interesting, I was talking to their representatives a couple of weeks back, and we were trying to remember the last new Super Walmart that actually opened in the state of Colorado, and we think it was probably around 2014. So it's been a while. They are opening a few stores in very selective markets, but not currently in Colorado. In Colorado, right now as it sits today, there's no activity for them. They're not here visiting sites. They're not here looking at the marketplace. They are not trying to actively expand. Uncertain about the future expansion plans may look like. Can that change in a heartbeat? Yes. Do they still own a site in the Northern Range? Yes. Is it a good site? I believe so. Is it well positioned? I definitely believe so. I think it's a legitimate opportunity for Walmart. I think it just takes them as a corporation to finally come back and look at this marketplace. Next slide. Sprouts. So Sprouts continues to selectively expand in Colorado. I will tell you that Colorado's not like a hotbed for them. They're not looking to do a bunch of stores here in Colorado. They feel like their current store system is well positioned and is spread out in a way that makes sense for them. Their newest location, as we all are well aware of, is at 56th and Tower, which opened in December. It's on the periphery of the Northern Range by their standards. They require population density that is larger than King's, believe it or not. Listen, I mean, Sprouts will be, going forward, about a 20,000 square foot grocery store versus 120, but this is where that alternative aspect comes in. They're not trying to be everything to everybody like King Soopers is. And so when you think about trying to be everything to everybody, you need a store of size like King Soopers has in order to provide that opportunity. King's looks at trade areas that are roughly about 2 miles in circumference, and they look at the population base that sits within those 2 miles. Sprouts on average looks at trade areas that are about 5 miles. And the reason being, when you also think about them, it's not just a size differential, but you can't probably do your whole basket shop at Sprouts. You probably selectively shop at Sprouts for certain things, but then you're still shopping at another grocery store, where King's can get your entire basket. And the interesting thing about a grocery dollars don't expand in the sense that because we have more grocery stores, we spend more money on food. That is not how this works. It's bifurcated up, right? If we have $1 and you buy, for what you buy at Sprouts, it was taken from some other grocery shopping trip. Now, keep in mind there might be specialty things and some things that don't fit within a normal shopping trip that you can only get within that retailer. But in general, when we talk about that from an alternative perspective, these guys need more people because you can buy less there than you could at King Soopers. It seems like it's counterintuitive, but the alternative grocers really need much larger trade areas than King Soopers actually needs. Because of that, they need more people than we currently have. If we're going to attract a grocery store like Sprouts, market maturity remains a concern. Just had a conversation with them in the last month as well. They are not currently looking to try and expand up into the north. That includes our neighbors to the north. They're not currently actively looking up in that area. Right now, they're just kind of saying, we're going to operate 56th and Tower for a while, see how things continue to mature in the north. If we continue to see good residential density starting to come forward, Sprouts, I think, then becomes an opportunity. I think we have a chance to really land a grocer of this type, but it's not going to be today. It's going to be something that's maybe in a 3 or 4 year window. Next slide. Natural grocers. They're an even smaller version, if any of you have shopped at them, and they have a different perspective of what they think their customer profile is and what they want to buy in their stores. They are categorized as an alternative grocer. They, too, require a denser trade area. Their size does not dictate the size that they're trying to draw from. Their trade areas are fairly large. They continue to selectively expand in Colorado. They do have a fairly robust store system by their standards. They have located at Tower Road and Green Valley Ranch as well. And then as we all know, they're planning a new location in Brighton. I don't think that any of those two movements preclude the northern range of Commerce City from attracting natural grocers. I think, again, it becomes a timing perspective that our particular trade area becomes mature enough from their perspective to support them. So in terms of trade area opportunities in Commerce City, we're going to need to mature and support a store within the city. And I didn't touch on this earlier, and I probably should have. The grocers that we're talking about, every last single one of these, that includes Walmart, King Soopers, Safeway, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, they recognize the Northern Range as a distinct and separate trade area from the core. They do not see the population base from the core transitioning themselves up to the north. They see that there are some physical boundaries to the two different trade areas. And if you go back to the conversations that we had in the materials that I provided for you in terms of perspectives about 1.5 years ago, we talk about why that is the case. And that has not changed, and it doesn't change. If anything, and when I talk with all these grocers, and I do this on a regular basis, they all see this at the Northern Range as a very distinct, separate opportunity, and population base that is available to them in the South is not taken into consideration as they look at the Northern Range. Next slide. So what about a specialty grocer? So this is now getting outside of Sprouts and Natural Grocers. That's that Marzick's or the Clark's or Trader Joe's. So, specialty grocers seek to serve a niche customer base, right? They're not trying to be everything to everybody. They really have an idea. Each one of them's different, and each one of them has some sort of an idea about who they're trying to serve. A lot of times they're ethnic. They're gourmet, they can be all organic, or they can be value-oriented. They usually are very small in scale in terms of a chain. They don't have large store systems. They're seeking to be unique versus universal. They can even be one-ofs. And I call them unicorns. They're elusive to attract. They almost, in some cases, are accidental, and sometimes in terms of what opportunities really manifest for them. Doesn't mean that we're not eligible to get one of these. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't have an opportunity. It just means it's much harder to convince one of these guys in a growth area, especially, that they tend to do better in a established, mature neighborhood environment where they can really understand what they have to pull from. Next slide. So are we the problem? I'm sure everybody starts to ask that, right? For a conventional grocery, no, we're not. We're not the problem. We have a marketplace in the Northern Range that can support a conventional grocer. Our trade area is mature enough. We have enough people. We have them in the right locations. They're the right kind of people to support a second conventional grocer. We just don't have a conventional grocer chain that's active in Colorado that could capitalize on this. We have the one that's most active, that's King Soopers. The only other person right now, the only other entity that fits that category is Safeway. And Safeway is telling us, we don't know if we're ever going to build stores again. So, are we beating our heads against the wall? Yeah, is that a frustrating aspect? You bet. Have I stopped chasing Safeway? No, I've not. I mean, I've tried very hard to make sure we are staying in front of them, and that if there is an opportunity to somehow, they start to build stores, that we're in that top tier of consideration. Is there the possibility that another conventional grocer who's not currently in Colorado starts to come to the table or starts to come to the market? Yes. Are those grocers visible now? No. Can we convince a chain to come to Colorado who hasn't already considered coming here? The answer to that is no. I mean, no one opportunity is going to bring a grocery chain that is not currently operating in Colorado to Colorado. It'll be a strategic expansion decision for them based on multiple factors other than just site opportunity. Next slide. Alternative grocery store, are we the problem? No, not really, but we're also not quite mature enough for them. And I know that's a frustrating conversation, and trust me, it's a frustrating conversation for me. When I talk with them, I am constantly giving these guys updated demographic information. Brian works very diligently on my behalf to make sure we're giving them very specific information. When I hear, well, I don't know, maybe we would look at that at some point, we're back drawing specific maps for them. We're showing them trade area circles, and we're showing them that we have legitimate opportunities here in the Northern Range, and that they just need to get, more familiar with us and reminded of us all the time. It's going to take, I think, more time. I hear consistently from all of them that they feel like we're not quite mature enough. We're starting to reach in the Northern Range, and when we look at what a grocery trade area is, and it's not the actual city boundaries, it's a very specific trade area boundary that we have drawn specific to grocery. And we're topping out over that 40,000 mark. They probably want to see us, and I know this makes everybody get nervous, but they probably want to see us north of 50 before they start to really take a look at us on the alternative side and say, that's a market that we can start to pay attention to. So it's a question of time, and based off of, I was listening to some of the earlier presentations about, where the city is growing to, and most of that is coming out of the Northern Range, and we will get there. It's at what speed do we get there? And so it's a question of timing, not so much whether we're right for this type of grocer. I think we can fill the need. We just can't fill the need yet. And to be honest with you, our municipality that we neighbor to the north is in no better of a position to get somebody like that, other than Natural Grocers, which has I think, a little bit of a different criteria about how they choose sites, and that's because they're much smaller and their area of focus is much smaller. Next slide. So what do we do? So we're going to stay the course. because this isn't a question of never, it's a question of when. And I believe that we can get to what we're trying to do from a target. We just can't maybe do it as fast as we would like to do. And trust me, I understand the frustration of making that statement. So we have constant interaction with the developers because they're not just going to go anywhere. If we are going to get a secondary grocery up here or an alternative grocer or both, it matters where they go. They're not just going to pick any site that's available at the time that they come. If it's not the right site and we've met criteria, they won't come. So it matters on a couple of key really pieces within the Northern Range that we maintain the opportunity to do that. And I'm in constant contact with those particular developers, and I'm actually asking them to reach out and make them pitch their sites as well. So not only are we pitching, but we're working with the development community to have them pitching as well, so that we have this kind of tag team going on to make sure that those grocers understand that not only does the city want you, but the development community is willing to step up and support you as well. We're having constant interaction with those target grocers. Maintaining those viable development parcels to accommodate a grocer, really big deal. Jason's heard that from me a bunch. We're working with anybody who's within the corridor. I mean, I've even pitched a couple of ideas that I thought was a little on the edge of whether they would really do that. I've had developer cooperation, going arm in arm with us to go pitch it. So we're not just saying, oh, well, not mature enough. No, that's not what we're doing. We're promoting the opportunity continually and aggressively to say you should be thinking about us. We're better than you think. And I think for so long in the Northern Range, I don't think people have taken the time, the retailing community as a whole has taken the time to say just how much is up here. Right? How much is really going on? And so making sure that they understand that and how we're growing and how different things are coming into place, these are all really important factors as we try to meet the needs that we're trying to up there in the north. So hopefully this is educational for you. I know it's not always the best message I get to get up in front of you and give you, but this messaging is consistent, with what I'm being told, and how we are targeting and talking with all the different individuals up there. And I know it's an ongoing conversation because where I live, I actually get next door for Commerce City on the north. And so I read with great interest the conversations that go on next door up there, and grocery is a constant conversation, and we understand that. And so it's something that we're aggressively trying to get figured out. So questions, I think that's the next slide, right?
All right, questions for Katie from the council. We'll start with Councilwoman Noble.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. I wish I could say that it's different than the presentation we got 18 months ago. It was September of 2020, by the way. It wasn't a year ago. I would be curious to have you pretend like I am a grocery store and make your pitch to me about Commerce City and doing it up here.
Well, Councilman Noble, it's not much different than we talked about with the trade areas in BREDAC, if you recall that conversation that we had, about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago?
No, but what would be your pitch about Commerce City to me, a grocer?
It's all about the numbers in the trade areas. And I understand that that's frustrating. I want to explain it first, because then I'll tell you how we have pitched, okay? What they care about is what is the population base. That's all they care about. We have great average household incomes. They can see that. We have great household size. They can see that. We have a robust residential framework in the city. They can see that. They can actually see that King Soopers is doing extremely well. So they can see all of those things. Now, what they're asking themselves is there enough people to support not only King Soopers, but our business as well? right? So when I'm pitching them, I am pitching them the population base of the Northern Range, because that is where they don't understand us. They don't look, they don't, I mean, when we talk about us as a community, we're a great looking community in the Northern Range. They get that. That's not something I have to sell them on. What I have to sell them on is that not only are we have enough people today, but we're growing to exceed the number that we have today. And in doing so, we're creating a trade area dynamic that they can competitively come up and exist with King Soopers. So that's what we pitch. So I would be talking to you, if you were the Safeway rep, I would say, hey, Lynn, have you actually looked at how many people are up here? Here's the trade area boundaries that we have really looked at from a service perspective, that it's not just a straight 2-mile ring. We've really crafted that. Here's how many people I have today. And oh, by the way, I mean, can you see where we're growing to by 2025? Because we've prepared numbers that looked at 2020 and has gone all the way up to the growth numbers of 2025 based on the number of platted lots. So these are lots, lots that are already platted, and the current absorption rate. So I'm showing them that within a 2 or 3 year period, we are not only going to meet their criteria, but we're going to exceed it. And that's what we're doing. That's how I would pitch you.
Yeah, and I think it would have been beneficial for our residents to see Trader Joe's on a slide, and also Costco on a slide. I realize we're out of luck there because Costco is already building just south of us, so that isn't going to happen. But, and then, you know, the Aldi's has been brought up before. I've read a lot about Aldi's, and they like little places that are kind of edgy, and we're sort of a little place that's edgy at the moment, so that might have been interesting. I think sometimes that when I have something I always said to myself, that I was brave until I knew too much. And that I can talk myself out of things because I know too much about it. So I don't go forward with it. And I think that that would be sort of helpful, is to not talk ourselves out of things when it comes to moving forward. And if there is no path forward, then we need to look at that also and what that means and where we go from here, because it sounds like there is no path forward, and because they're crunching the numbers, they see what the numbers are. They don't need us to tell them what the numbers are. That's what they're looking at. Do you do other retail other than grocery stores?
Absolutely.
Okay, so have we looked at other retail as well? Have you done that as well?
Absolutely. We're working on all aspects. I mean, if you go back to September of 2020, and you look at the city, actually, I think I made the citywide presentation to you guys in October of 2020.
Okay, a month. I was a month off.
And so if you look at that, I was very succinct in where I thought our opportunities were for retail expansion in the Northern Range. Those have not changed. And that is the work that we're trying to do. Did we think that the pandemic would hit another stumbling block through all of 2021? Absolutely not. Did the industry think that we would hit a huge stumbling block in 2021? Absolutely not. Did that stagnate or stalemate some of the retail expansion that we would like to see? Absolutely. And so if you go back and look at that, where the options that I gave the Northern Range, and it talks in great detail, and I hope that you'll go back and spend some time with it, is that our opportunities moving forward in the short term, and retail is a short-term game. Retail doesn't, there's no retailer I can pick up the phone today and call, Councilwoman, that will look at a 2035 prognosticate. They look at 2 to 3, maybe 4-year windows in terms of expansion. So here's where we're focusing on. We're trying to broaden the restaurant focus in the Northern Range beyond fast food, because right now you have independent sit-downs and we have national chain fast foods. We have nothing in between. So we're trying to create opportunity to see if we can broaden that. The most obvious place to do that would be in the fast casual quick service range. Those are the Chipotles and the Paneras and the Noodles of the world. Those are the people that are not present in the Northern Range. The other is grocery, As we've talked about, grocery still remains an interesting component. It's not never. I don't think anything in my presentation said never. It really spoke to opportunities yet to come. And yes, some of those opportunities are predicated on us continuing residential growth. We are not trying to attract large-scale retailing, because if you go back and look at that information, we're not a target for that. And to this point, at any time in the near future, the next decade, we will not be an option. And the reason we are not an option for large-scale retailing, such as Targets, Kohl's, Best Buys, TJ Maxx, is because of our proximity to Prairie Center and our proximity to Northfields. And if you look at the trade area dynamics for both of those two shopping centers, we're within their bullseyes. And we will not have, nor can we grow to in a reasonable period of time, a capacity in the Northern Range to create enough density to support another element of that type of retailing. So we're not spending time on that because it's not a realistic expectation.
Do we have any retail experts in our economic development department?
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, because you're doing grocery stores and retail and so forth, I'm wondering if we also have someone on staff who has your expertise.
You can't get my expertise at a municipal level other than through a consultant. I have 38 years in retailing experience, knowledge, contacts. If you would like to have that, you would need to find somebody who has been in the retailing arena and wants to come work for a municipality. So the answer to that, I will tell you this because I work with many municipalities in Colorado. No one has that type of person in their organization. And I don't mean that to sound cocky or nasty or anything, but there's not a single municipality that has somebody with that level of experience and access and knowledge about the retailing industry.
Do you make introductions or train our staff then in your skills?
Yeah, I work with Brian quite a bit to help him understand trade area dynamics and how these are useful in the terms of recruitment. You know, in terms of, I'm sorry, what was the other part of it besides training? What was the other part of that question?
To, you know, make introductions of our staff to your contacts.
Yes, matter of fact, I introduced Michelle to the current Walmart contact not that long ago. So yeah, we're constantly doing that.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Katie, you might also share that we kind of meet on a regular basis, the three of us.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And talk about who's working on what and how we can enhance, you know, what somebody's working on with something they might not have thought about. And those have been very helpful meetings.
All right, anyone else? Megan, Councilwoman Grimes.
Thank you. Thanks for the update, Katie. I have a question about grocers that might come from outside of the state or outside of the region, and I'm wondering if it's more likely if we partnered with other municipalities who are also kind of in the same predicament to build kind of an incentive package to bring a different grocer to the region.
It's possible. I'll tell you the biggest stumbling block that has really prevented, if you go back in time, and I'm old enough to go back in time, we haven't really had a lot of grocery chains that operated in Colorado, right? If you really go back and look at it. And the reason for that is King Soopers is an extraordinary operator. When I say extraordinary, I mean extraordinary. And the ability to come in and compete against them has dissuaded a number of conventional grocers from perhaps looking. They've come, I would tell you, throughout, even as much as, you know, within the last decade, we've had different chains who have potentially come around, even put some sites under contract, and then went through the analysis to see if they could compete against King Soopers, and really came back and said, we can't take enough of their business in order to probably sustain ourselves. And the issue with Aldi's a really interesting entity. There were two entities. There's Lidl and there was Aldi. Lidl is a German company who has decided not to further expand in the United States. Aldi has a very specific perspective about expansion. And when I made my presentation earlier with the council. I misspoke and said, you know, they're not, the only stores they have are west of the Mississippi. I was corrected by the mayor. They have stores in Missouri, and they have stores, I can't recall off the top of my head if they're in the portion of Kansas, mostly Kansas City area, and then they're in California, and they've hopped over. So they're not in Utah, they're not in Arizona, they're not in Colorado. Every now and then we get kind of wind that maybe they're gonna look at us again, but then they tend to come and they tend to back away and not move forward. If they were to move forward, they state right on their website, so if you want to look it up, you can. They tend to look for higher profile regional type sites. We probably don't fit that category right now. So that means where would they go? If they were really serious about looking at anything in our area, they're more than likely going to look at Prairie Center. And we can't ignore the influence that Prairie Center has over the Northern Range. It casts a very large shadow, and not in just larger scale regional type retailing, but retailers who seek those types of sites. So, would we see Aldi come in and maybe do the Northern Range? I think we might be a second tier store, so they come into Colorado and maybe come in and do 20 sites at higher profile regional sites, and maybe as you do a second tier stores, maybe you would look at our market. We probably would not be the first. And the reason it's not that, I want to be really clear, it's not that we're not attractive. We're just registered to retailers in that category as still being growth. We've hit a certain space, but unless we can, and I understand, I see the conversation on Nextdoor again about this, the controversy about not wanting to grow, and I saw the slides that talked about not wanting to be focused on residential growth, but you cannot ignore the symbiotic relationship between residential growth and retailing. And I know I'm up here speaking an unpopular message, but it is the backbone of my industry. It's what makes retailing tick, and especially makes grocery tick. So, if we were to stop growing today, would that hinder our ability to land a grocer in the future? Probably, unless we see one of these other conventional grocery stores kind of get back into the fray. And if we're still looking to try and attract more of an alternative type of grocer, then I want to just mention Costco. Costco doesn't really fly in the same circles as the grocery stores. That's why we don't really track them. We don't track Sam's Club either. Their club membership there, it's a really interesting. Now, I will say if you buy bread at Costco, you're probably not buying bread at King Soopers. So I understand that there are some complementary aspects to them, but in general, Costco looks at huge trade areas, 250,000 people population base to serve. That's not anywhere close to the grocery conversation, and it's one of the reasons we really don't put them into the conversation when we're talking about trying to attract grocery. And to your point, they've made an announcement that they're coming further south of us in that area as a growth area, and if you look at their locations, it's a bit of a hole for them. But that's not imminent, because it hasn't met those population-based numbers for them yet.
Anyone else?
I wasn't quite finished.
Oh, then go right ahead, continue.
I just want to circle back to the concept of looking outside of kind of our regional options being, King Soopers and Safeway.
Okay.
Publix is the largest grocery chain in the country, and I know that they focus heavily on the Southeast.
Right.
Do they ever look, and not just Publix specifically, but other large grocers like that, do they ever look to expand to other regions? And what would it take to attract them to the area? And then to that point, if we needed more than just Commerce City, which presumably we would, could we look to other municipalities and partner to attract an additional grocer?
Maybe. I mean, I won't tell you that that's not a really uphill battle. There's so many factors that go into, it's distribution. It's can you create a store system here that that supports that distribution. You know, I mean, what does Kings have in the metro area? And I'm talking off the head, so please don't hold me to this number, but they've got to be, you know, over 80 stores. So, you know, how many stores can you come in and impact? If you're a conventional grocer, can you do that? Can you reach that kind of store mass? I mean, there's a lot of obstacles to that conversation. And as you know, I mean, if you recall, I mean, that effort was put together to get In-N-Out to come to Colorado. And I think, it took another 5-7 years for In-N-Out to finally, you know, come. I won't say it's not impossible, but I would say that it's probably an uphill battle. I would tell you in the private sector, we don't spend a whole lot of time with that kind of effort because they kind of have to decide they want to come here first, and then you help them manifest without trying to just get them to say, hey, isn't Colorado great? And so I won't say it's not impossible, but it would definitely be an uphill challenge.
Absolutely. I appreciate that feedback, and I believe every word of it. It just seems like maybe we need to think outside of the box in a way, since the only other conventional option really isn't looking to expand. And really, the Northern Range, as you've said, is primed for a second store. So who's it going to be and how do we find them, you know?
You know, to be honest with you, and I don't know how popular of an opinion this is. I wasn't around when they came to town, and I wasn't part of that conversation. But I really think the guy who'll probably plug the hole is going to be Walmart.
I don't disagree. One other question, and this isn't specific to grocery, but you know, you'll see on some retail sites, like, let us know if you want us to come to your community.
Yeah.
Do we seek that actively?
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, Trader Joe's does that, right? There's a place on there. I mean, if there's a place on their website that says, send us a letter, do it. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no reason why, you know, enough of a people, you know, saying, hey, look at me is a bad thing. That's never a bad thing. So absolutely do it. I mean, if it gets somebody to pay attention to us in a way that we haven't been able to get them to pay attention to us, absolutely, I'm all for it.
Great, thank you.
I was just gonna kind of make a couple comments about, you know, those tangential challenges that you're talking about. And I think as a state, we're going to continue to struggle. Doesn't matter what community you live in, because our resiliency in our supply chain is far from being modern. And so when we have a closure in Glenwood Canyon, you no longer can get groceries to the Western Slope. You have to shift your entire model to service those stores out of Salt Lake City. You just can't build that overnight. You have to be decades into it before you have that level of resiliency in our market. We hear it all the time at CDOT of, you know, well, you have Highway 50 closed and Glenwood Canyon's closed. Now it's a 3-day trip for our driver that usually gets there in 6 hours. So you need 3 times the amount of drivers to deliver the same amount of goods. And it's just Colorado's natural environment, meaning the mountains, really is what I'm talking about, is going to continue to create challenges to bring new distribution models into our state because of those resiliency issues. And so I think that's one of the things I've heard from Safeway, is that it's hard for them to expand because they're already struggling. When anything happens here, it's a really hard challenge for them to be able to accommodate those one-offs with, you know, you have a smaller performing store out on the Western Slope, but you're dedicating a massive amount of resources to service that store during any type of incident, and you have long-term closures of interstates and things like that. It'll continue to be a challenge to make an investment into that marketplace at the scale in which you're talking about, like to bring any of these, you know, outside, you know, retail grocers out into our state. They would almost have to partner with one of their competitors to make an appropriate supply chain and distribution network here for now. And then you'd have to, you know, build out. So Amazon's even struggling in that, you know, and so I think Amazon's mindset is, you know, what we think of a traditional grocery store is, you know, how close they are to our house. That's where they want their warehouse so they can deliver same day to you. So that retail storefront is no longer a grocery store, it's a warehouse that, you know, maybe 5% is dedicated to public coming in and looking for goods at most. And so I only jump in because, yeah, my job's just spent lots of money doing a similar evaluation on our supply chain.
Is there anyone else on council? Councilwoman Douglas.
Thank you for the presentation, Katie. Can you tell me how many other municipalities in the area you provide services to?
Sure, I work with, currently right now, I work with Centennial, Arvada, Town of Frederick, and up until just a little bit recently, the city of Broomfield.
And you're saying that most municipalities look to hire a consultant that provides your same services?
Well, it depends on how you're trying to impact the conversation about retail, right? If you hire somebody from the economic development background, which is I have no qualms with, that's not I'm not critical of that, but they don't have the entree into the retail world. Retail doesn't function like industrial, residential, or primary employment. It has its own set of aspects, and that's why I worked hard to try and create that educational background for everybody. And if you're newer to council and weren't here when I made that presentation, hopefully Roger and Jason can still get you that information so that you can start to become educated and understand some of the intrinsic aspects to it and how it affects Commerce City. But aside from that, you want to start from a recruitment perspective, from what's reasonably can you accomplish. It's not throw everything against the wall and see what it sticks. We want to represent ourselves as a sophisticated retailing community, right? Part of that is understanding and learning about retailing and understand the decisions that this council has to make, or understanding when I'm talking about certain aspects about retailing, how that all starts to dovetail together. Retail's in a real crosshairs right now. We have changed a lot as consumers, and I firmly believe how retail will look in the future is not how it has looked in the past, and nor should it. And, am I a proponent about a site plan with 6 freestanding pads on it? Heck no. I don't think that's sustainable. I think that's a short-term, low-hanging fruit kind of a project. I think we have to be talking about the spaces that we think retail should be part of, that people want to engage with and be physically present for. If we're going to combat what online retailing can do to bricks and mortar retailing, we're going to have a different perspective about what bricks and mortar retailing is. So I notice that we tend to focus, not just Commerce City, but in general on the municipal side, we tend to focus on the end result. We don't always focus on the things that are up above, which is, are we creating the type of community that retailing wants to be part of? That's not what your average household income is. It's do we have gathering spaces? Do we have activated places that people want to spend time in? If I can buy much of what I need to do on a service level, I need a jar opener. If I can buy that off of Amazon and I don't have to ever go to Walmart or Target, I'm probably going to do that, unless those are experiences for me that I want to go and spend time in. So I think it's difficult right now to understand that retail's transitioning. It has a lot of chaotic influences impacting it, and you better have somebody at the table who's working with you, or if you're interested in how to mitigate those aspects, that it comes from somebody who understands the retailing industry. And you can't understand it unless in totality. I'm not saying that people aren't smart enough to understand it or get trained into it or understand it, but you don't have the same level of influence when you pick up the phone and call Safeway and you know how to talk grocery and what's important to that retailer and why that particular retailer is a fit for you. It's a different conversation than somebody just sending them a brochure about Commerce City. And that's the difference that somebody like myself gives you over, the traditional. And I'm not saying that there isn't a role for a retail specialist, but I've seen those job postings forever, and rarely, if ever, and you guys can back me up, how often are those successfully filled?
it has been a long road with us trying to find that level of specialization in the local government market.
I started my consulting, I came from the retailing side. I was a retailer. I was Safeway. And when I came into consulting, I worked predominantly on the private sector side. I got reached out to by several municipalities saying, we would like to do it differently. We'd like to understand it and be an integral partner with the retailing community. Can you help us understand how to do that? And I'm proud to say that most of my municipal clients have all been long-term clients because we work on a lot of strategic elements. We work on creating those areas that retailing wants to be part of going forward. We work on redevelopment aspects that have transitional aspects to them. We work on sustainability, visioning. You know, if we have to vision something, and that may be true in the core, where we have to say, this is what we think can really happen. And oh, by the way, you know, we're doing this with some level of sophistication. And we can show somebody what we really want to do, not plans that have gotten done on just a planner level, right? We're doing them in a way that have some, market perspective to it. You know, you'll get more traction. I'm not here to say I'm the genie of retail and I can make things happen when nobody else can. That's not what I'm saying. But I do know that, you know, in terms of a subject matter expert and somebody who the private sector relies on, I get calls from the retailers saying, hey, I'm looking at this, what do you think? Do you think this has some validity for us? You know, that's something that I don't think you can hire on necessarily. And, you know, if it's not something that people think is valuable to the community or that I'm providing a service, I totally understand that.
Roger?
Several years ago, when council wanted to focus on retail and particularly restaurants, one of the points I made at that time is that our staff is not trained in that area, are not experts in that area. And that's why we brought Katie on board. Number one, there's the knowledge aspect. That's not something you learn overnight. Number two, there's the contacts. And believe me, on a municipal level, when you try to reach out to these corporations, they're not even going to bother taking your phone call. You know, it takes that personal contact, that personal person-to-person, you know, knowing this person, that opens the door. And that's what Katie has done for us, is opened a number of doors. And, you know, we can sit and criticize and say, well, we haven't seen anything yet. Actually, when you look at what has happened in terms of restaurants, you know, Michelle went through a whole list of what has happened now with restaurants. You know, there are things that we cannot talk about that have happened and conversations that have occurred. And so I think that it is a matter of patience. Katie has told us, you know, we need to mature in terms of number of people, need to mature in terms of density. Those things are happening. Are we on the radar for certain retailers? Yes, we are. And that's thanks to the doors that Katie has opened for us. And so, you know, what is the value of that? Right now, we can't tell you that, okay, that's worth this amount of money. However, in several years, we will be able to tell you that. And so that's where the patience has to take place, you know, where we have to be patient. So I just wanted to emphasize that contacts and knowledge, those are critical. And, you know, she's been sharing knowledge with our staff, and that's been tremendously helpful because none of us have been retailers. And, you know, that's a special area. As I told council back then, it's like taking soccer players and telling them, now go play football. Or, you know, baseball players, now you're going to be soccer players. Sure, it's sports, that's totally different in terms of, our people recruiting for primary employment and industries, which have paid the bills for decades now for Commerce City. Now we're looking for amenities, services, to support the population that we have. And, that's where, again, that totally different knowledge base and those contacts are crucially important. So just wanted to reemphasize that for council.
And please know, I don't relish getting up here having to say, please be patient, or things are not immediately achievable. That's, nobody wants to do that. But you'll find that, one of the hallmarks of my career has always been is that I tell it like it is. And I think with adequate knowledge and background and understanding, that helps you guys make better decisions. And that's why I come up and deliver the hard messages, even though I'd really like to not have to do that. So thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
Katie, I have a couple questions.
You bet.
First of all, thanks for the presentation. Is there collateral damage if we try to force something too soon? If we try to over-incentivize something or backstop a Safeway or give some free land to try to force it to happen sooner, could that harm us? Or if we find a small grocer or we do some kind of a farmer's market to try to fill the gap, will that harm us moving forward with the larger grocer?
I think in the case of the grocery conversation in the Northern Range, we'll get really specific. How's that? If we get one of these guys who acts like they've got a pulse, yeah, we need to get the jumper cables out and figure out how to bring that to life, okay? But in terms of would it impact farmers markets and things, I think, really complement. That's the one thing about national chains is that they really leave a door open for somebody who wants to be more specialized, that unicorn that I call them, right? Because they, in their attempts to be all things to everybody, there are aspects that they can never quite accomplish or accomplish as well as somebody who has a really focused perspective. So I would tell you, it's important enough to try and figure out the grocery equation up there, that if we get wind that Walmart all of a sudden is going to come back to Colorado, is that going to be an important conversation in terms of incentives? Probably. I would say it's going to be true for any grocer today, just because, the cost to enter the marketplace is expensive these days. And so if we got interest from an independent, I would say we should place the same emphasis as well, because it's an important need up there. I know it's a priority of many of the residents. I would say that it's worth that effort to land it. It's an important cog in what we're doing up there. Beyond that, are we incenting restaurants or things like that or other aspects of retailing? I think that's a case-by-case basis, and you have to really ask yourself, what does this do in terms of achieving a larger goal up there? I don't think everybody requires an incentive, but I think that, there are aspects that you try to attract to your market that fit a cog, and that's an important one to play. But I would say with grocery, Sean, if we can get one of these national chain, any of them, to say, okay, I'm gonna look. And they're all gonna be different, what you would structure and how they would do it. I would say our biggest challenge right now is figuring out how to keep the opportunities open and not have those get sucked up by that site plan with 6 freestanding pads. That, to me, is probably the biggest challenge up there, of holding open opportunities that are going to fit for those grocers. And in our inability, if we can't be patient about it, that's what's going to happen, and that's where we're going to really hurt ourselves in the long term.
Well, over the years, it was we need X amount of people, then it was we need more people. And I'm kind of nervous about inflation, the cost of building materials, right. A lot of things going up. Does that make the Safeway that wants to see 50,000 in population go to 60 or 70 because of the cost of doing business. And on the short term, if we were to offset that 10,000 customer base that they're looking for by incentivizing the site or backstopping them for a certain amount of time, can we potentially move that opportunity forward faster before we get further behind the 8 ball with maybe a downturn in economy, inflation, and building materials?
So that's a multi-layered answer. On the
It
base,
was a multi-layered question.
so on the base service, yes. I mean, I'm not seeing any deals, and there's few and far between across the entire metropolitan area that don't have some element that is a more significant development, not the 6 free, or gosh, I mean, I had one come through that had 14 freestanding pads on it. Those deals aren't getting incentive. But, you know, if you're talking about retailers that have a little more substance to it, right, or the overall projects has more substance, you're not seeing any of them come through that don't have some element of incentive. And most of those are like dealing with infrastructure issues. You know, maybe it's a roadway widening, maybe it's storm sewer that has to come from a distance. I mean, the incentives are getting used to offset that. In terms of just pure trying to prioritize Commerce City over other opportunities, because that's really what it is. I mean, first and foremost, I want to be really clear. They got to be active. We can't. They're dead right now. We can't jump them into life with an incentive package. They've got to get a pulse again and say, okay, we see Colorado, it's growing, it's opportunities. We've got opportunity to expand. Once we get them breathing again, can we move ourselves up the ladder and create a higher, you know, we're a higher opportunity than maybe another municipality? Yes, incentives will help us do that. A few years ago, Home Depot came back around and they were like, well, we're going to build 8 stores across the country. And of those 8, it was a particular municipality, and they were like, if you would like to be in it, you know, put your best foot forward, and that will help us prioritize whether you're going to be one of those 8 that we're going to do. So that is how they think a little bit. So I think, you know, if we get one of these grocers, any of them, or we get a new to market grocer, and there's life in them, we've got a pulse, then I would probably be back here in front of you arguing that we have an ability to potentially position ourselves as a priority over other opportunities that they would have. And, you know, that's one of the challenges, too, when you think about it. If you're Walmart and you haven't built stores in maybe over a decade or almost a decade, and you're Safeway and you haven't built stores over a decade, you probably have a lot of opportunity. Right? There's probably a lot of sites that have come up that you probably should have capitalized on and you didn't. So, you know, let's say there's 8 opportunities in the state of Colorado. We want to figure out how to be number 1. So that's where an incentive would really come to play. Now, incentives are involved conversations. They're never black and white. They're not linear. So, you know, you have to look at what it is, what it's going to take, how does it really manifest itself. I mean, it's not that's why I say it's not a black and white. Yes, you have to do it, but you have to look at what you get in order for what you're giving up to do it, and what kind of gap does it fill in your marketplace. And I don't think trade areas are going to change in the grocery arena. They tend to shift in the regional side. I mean, you'll see regional retailers go, I used to need 60,000 people, now I need 80. Grocers are pretty tight, you know, area of service that they tend to look at. And I don't know that they would raise their population base as much as they would look to mitigate the cost to construct. And one of the things we're seeing, which isn't on the larger scale, but on the smaller scale, if you're a single entity retailer, let's say you're a fast food and you're building your own, they're spreading out their cost to construct that enhanced number into their operating side. So they're taking it on the other side of the books a little bit. That's something a developer can't do because they don't have that option. They just have pure cost versus what the income is. So there's different avenues that are happening to try and mitigate. I would say if you look at the impacts of inflation, to construction, supply chain issues, some of those kind of peripheral things that are really impacting the market. Most of us feel like we're going to be out of that in the next 2 years. Now, before Councilwoman Noble holds me to that, we're hoping that within the next 2-year window, we're going to work through some of those issues, and we're going to see some market normalcy as we look at cost to construct and cost to operate kind of a thing.
Yeah, my reason for the question is, I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can, thinking outside the box, doing maybe stuff that other people haven't done to try to shorten that window. And I know we have a great team. I know your capabilities, and I just want to reassure myself that we're thinking outside the box, and anything we can do, I'm sure you're doing to help us to fill the hole in our market right now.
You know, and the one thing so if you go after a retailer who's not active in the marketplace, you're negotiating against yourself, right? I mean, you don't really know what it takes to gap that project and make it happen. Can you do it? Sure. Is it often successful? No. Because that operator is not thinking about, expanding in this market. They have much different, I mean, when you think about Walmart, they're considering stores in how many states and countries? You know, what would it actually take for you to get Commerce City into it? And would we be willing to put what that takes? I mean, I'm happy to go through that exercise. I know it's been posed to them. I know that a conversation has happened with them to say, what would it take? And frankly, we're waiting to see if there's a response to that. We reached out to them about a year ago, it might have been March, about a year ago, asking for a meeting. The mayor had requested a meeting. They very politely refused and said, we're just not active in your state, and there's no point to meeting. And so I'm happy to go through the exercise to see if we could get traction that way. Happy to do it. I just want to set expectations appropriately to say, it's hard to get these guys to pay attention to one opportunity when they're not looking at the state, the market as a whole. That's a challenge. It's a challenge. Can we overcome it? Well, I listen, that used to be the joke about Nordstrom's. You could offer them a free land, a free building, and a free set of merchandise. And if they still weren't thinking about coming to your market, they weren't going to come. So you might not fix the reasons that they're not here right now with just an incentives on a specific store. So I just want to happy to do it. I mean, listen, I'm all for it. Let's try it. Let's see. And I know that conversation's going on internally with Walmart. What would it take? I hope, like heck, we could come back here and look at you guys and go, here's what it's going to take. But, with Safeway, Safeway's not just kind of dead laying on the ground. They're like 5 feet under. So I got to get a shovel out and then try and shock them to life to see if we could get some traction with them.
So where's Lever's grocery stores? Are they no longer in the market?
The Super Savers?
Lever's, no, not the Save-A-Lot.
The Locavor?
They used to have the
Locavor.
Lever's had a grocery store, Lever's grocery store, and then they started getting into this Save-A-Lot, and I know Lever's Corporation is who did the Save-A-Lot in the southern portion of Commerce City.
Right.
Are there anything like Lever's around anymore? Or?
Lever's has a new concept store called Locavor. It's at 38th and Federal. It's the first foray into a different type of grocery store than Save-A-Lot. Save-A-Lot's not a match for us in the Northern Range.
No, I didn't think so.
I don't even think our constituents in the Northern Range would go, yay, you got a Save-A-Lot.
I don't think they would either. That's why I mentioned Lever's, because I didn't know.
Right, but Lever's is also Locavor. Now, if that's a store that starts to get traction, meaning the one store does well and they start to grow it, is that an opportunity for us? Absolutely. Are we talking to the real estate person doing their deals? Yes, we are. We've reached out to Clark's. We've reached out to all of them. It's just, in terms of traction with some of these guys, when they're still entering the market with one store, two store, are we the right fit for them? Not always. And you'll notice most of those are pretty urban formats. They're looking at urban locations, Lowry's, 38th and Federal, which is near the Highlands. So, it's not that we just dismiss them and go, not a fit. No, we reach out to them, we talk to them, and we're just not getting any kind of feedback from them.
All right. Is there anyone else before I move on? Mr. Davis. No. No.
That's okay. It
Councilman Davis,
doesn't hurt my
I don't
feelings
wanna-
one bit.
I don't want to.
Quick question for you.
Absolutely.
IGA, the Independent Grocers Association, have we talked to that chain? Because it's the largest independently owned chain in the world.
So tell me, here in Colorado, who do they operate under?
If you go through, because I was just flipping through here,
Yeah.
if you go through, you'll see a whole bunch of names, but they all have the IGA
I'd have to look at them and tell
associated
you.
with them. Now, unless you've got a whole lot of gray.
I do have a whole lot of gray. I'm
I
probably
do.
older than you.
I really do. But
I'll go-
unless you've got
I'm
a whole lot of gray, most people, and if you've lived in this part of the country for the majority of your life, you've never heard of them. But they are the largest independent grocer association in the entire world. They did about $36 billion in business last year. Now, to your point, the Krogers, the King Soopers, for a lot of you, you may not realize it. You know what the average, I'm going to ask you, since your husband works there, you know what the average percent of profit a grocery store makes a year? 3%.
Not very much.
You've really got to have something for them to want to come into an area. And if they're not comfortable, they're not coming. It doesn't matter what you offer them. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer on this or Davy Downer. I'm just trying to tell y'all, I spent a lot of years in the grocery business too. I'm a man of very few talents, but one or two things I do know. But you really might look into IGA.
I will.
Now, when you start looking into it, you're going to pull up some sort of health deficiency that also has IGA stuck in front of it. But most of the stores, it could be the Rogers IGA.
Right.
It could be the Tinklenberg IGA. Right. It could be the Ford IGA. It could be the, wow, we got unicorns and everything IGA.
Right.
But we need, that might be one to look at.
Okay.
They're much stronger, East Coast, West Coast, about middle of the country. But
Will do.
all it would take is one to get started.
Absolutely. I thank you for the
Thank you.
information.
Thank you, Councilmember Downer.
Well, hey, right now, I'm really responding to him.
Davy Downer.
Yeah, I mean, all these downers, I figured I'd at least make up for my council member lack of there. Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the update.
You bet.
Michelle, do you have anything left on your presentation?
Nope, that's it. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. I want to keep the meeting moving along. Next is the council work plan. I'll turn it over to Jason to get us through that.
Thank you, Councilmember Fort. Just as a question of point of order, we're coming up on the 10:30 hour, or?
Start until 7.
Oh, we get to rock and roll. We're good. Okay. Kathy and I are going to jointly present this next item and try to step through it rather quickly for you all. As you all know, what we are presenting tonight is the Q1 work plan target updates based on the goals for the 2022 work plan. So moving right along, just to kind of briefly go over the 2022 work plan goals, what you see on the screen is what we have adopted as part of our 2022 budgetary process, but as part of the work plan. And we will take you through more of that detailed information now. Next slide, please. Goal number 1, target 1.1. What we have here is the first 10 years of city drafting. Now that's a history of the city, looking at records about who served. So working on information from our council members, mayors, city managers, election highlights, and we're working in collaboration with the Historic Society. We've continued to advance our city culture through various engagements. You'll see there below a number of events that were handled that were concluded in Q1, in person and virtual, mostly talking about the police department public meeting and looking at redistricting and council composition. Next slide, please. This is more or less just an update on where we stand with our historic preservation under target 1.2, preserve and protect Commerce City's historic resources. We hope to be able to have a draft ready for for council by Q4 of this year. So we are making a concerted effort to get this in place, and in particular to some discussions that we ultimately want to have with respect to preservation of particular property. It's pretty timely discussion. Next slide. Target 1.3, attract new businesses to Commerce City. Obviously, I think some of the highlighted activities that we're having a number of discussions with real estate brokers, developers, landowners during Q1, and really focusing on those areas around our TOD sites, TR Ranch, which is located in the Northern Range, Reunion Center, Second Creek Marketplace, Cutler Farms, Murray Farms, that's going through our process right now, and a number of other different sites. We continue to work with Metro State College, and this was discussed earlier about Derby and the potential of being able to restore and maintain our murals as an opportunity to be able to leverage from creating and maintaining that vibrancy. Unfortunately, we're going to have to find another opportunity to be able to bring that to light. Incentive programs, you all took action on that at our last regular meeting about our fee waiver expansion and lodging tax rebate program. The lodging tax rebate program is the first of its kind here in the city. So we hope to see some results that come from that. And then as Michelle spoke earlier about Anders Beverage, which is obviously the city's first distillery, is also another and a nice feather in the cap. Target 1.4, as it relates to retain and grow businesses in Commerce City, we continue to share details on the owner's readiness survey on social media. It'll identify the current readiness of our business owners to transition, exit their businesses in a broad statewide report that will be published, working with the Office of Economic Development for the state of Colorado, with the Exit Planning Institute to launch that survey. We hope to have that survey launched later this year. Target 1.5, create an entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are conducting and holding regular hours at the SBRC, our Small Business Resource Center. We are a Google partner with respect to development events, and we're hoping to have our first one, or we were hoping to have our first one in the first week of May. I do not have the data as it relates to that. We will also be having a business roundtable meeting here at the end of the month on May 26th. We are also providing access to technology, given what we had heard during the concerns of the pandemic. So we have also received city funding to set up various computers at the SBRC for small businesses to be able to leverage for purposes of training or other small business reporting. And then lastly, as I noted, that while we are a Google partner for Grow with Google programs, these resources are also providing access to training on the various tools that Google provides for business, and also a registration portal for Google-specific events that cannot happen as a function as a hub or through our interactive training. 1.6, thank you. There's a number of different activities here, but I'd like to be able to think about and capture that we're working on trying to finalize a marketing application that will be used in communicating and marketing development opportunities here in the city. We're also advising and advocating for improvements to site design, for planned development or planned commercial developments that will feature a variety of different projects or end users. We're also continuing to encourage shopping local in conjunction with, in particular, Women's History Month. We're also looking at other planned additional opportunities to continue educating our local residents on the benefits of shopping local. And as you see here on the screen, and as was discussed earlier, there's a number of different things that have come online over the last 2 years, and particularly in the Q1, that are to get excited about. 1.7. And this is just, once again, looking at catalyzed development and identified key areas. This is really an ongoing partnership between CD and ED on how we can try to drive opportunities for activation for development and retail growth. Target 1.8, improve efficiency and effectiveness of the development review process. There are multiple land development code updates that are underway that will provide immediate benefit to our process. Yes, ma'am.
The first one is sign code update. Is that the sign on development projects or some other kind of sign?
So that's actually, and there's I'll try to keep it simple. That's in regards to Reed, Gilbert versus Reed, which is the First Amendment rights with respect to limitations that a sign code can have in place. So think about our sign code, which looks at electronic message boards, your lollipop signs. We are and are required to come into compliance with Reed versus Gilbert. And this is that effort. As what you're speaking about, ma'am, we anticipate to have larger signs that are both in Spanish and English being utilized at the first week of June.
Okay, that's last I heard it would be April 1st, so now we're at first week of June. Do we need to pass any kind of ordinance as a city council in order to have the land development code change, because that is in the land development code?
The size and the type and the placing of signs does not require an ordinance. That is a policy actually that is operational in effect. So we're working through that. And it's more about I will say it's some of the technical details that we've had to try to navigate over the last couple of months with being able to provide the provision of those signs, who can do those signs, and then making sure that the development community can comport with a policy that achieves the goals. So it's taken us a little bit longer than what we anticipated to kind of work through those details.
Thank you.
Moving along, we can jump to 1.9. In particular, we've been working with the school district on initiating the formal process for a multicultural building at Mile High Greyhound Park. Terms and conditions were submitted to the school district during Q1. We are still awaiting word as it relates to a response to those terms and conditions. We are also engaging them on Victory Crossing as far as an innovation campus adjacent to Adams City High School as an opportunity, once again, to continue to provide enhanced degree and or other opportunities from a technical nature for that student body. Next slide, please. I think the adopt policies that provide available and affordable housing is one that is, I think, a little bit more of an evolution and or a maturation for the Housing Authority. They are looking at trying to expand its opportunities both programmatically and from a project basis to providing additional resources from land acquisition, development, disposition, and placement or positioning for supporting, as you already know, our emergency rental assistance just because of the pandemic/endemic that has continued. So the Housing Authority is taking a much more concerted effort at looking at how to build both within that project and programmatic opportunity. Target 1.11, enhance relationships with the Chamber and Adelante. There are a number of events that were held within the first quarter. I'm not going to read the slide word for word, but I would share with you that the goal is to continue our continued engagement with Adelante and with the Chamber, as we have seen benefits that have come either through the QuickBooks series or the Adams County Workforce Services. We do see those start to actually have some tangible benefits in the environment. Target 1.12, enhance economic development with input from Council's ED subcommittee to evaluate different approaches and structures. As you can see there under the first bullet, there is a number of different outreach events that we have engaged, whether it's DPI Specialty Foods and helping them work through their upcoming layoffs, working through existing manufacturers list to assist on Manufacturer's Edge. We are engaged on a monthly basis with our BREDAC Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee and anticipate bringing recommendations from that body here in June. And then obviously we're looking at other customer relationship management platforms, both in social and digital media, to help once again to keep pushing that word out. And with that, I'll move into goal number 2, target 2.1, which is provide critical green space that connects people to the outdoors and are beneficial to the environment. What you find here, and I think what you heard on April 25th, is that our PRG staff is actively involved in looking at the recreational vision and or amenities and use and growth thereof, particularly around the South Platte River. So we can move on to 2.2, enhance community safety by strengthening the police department. What you find here, excuse me, I jumped a couple slides. Provide programs and services that support health and wellness essential to improve individuals and community level health. What you find here is a list of, I'll say a high level list of different type of opportunities that our staff has worked on, architectural plans and contracts to set for Quebec and 72nd Avenue pedestrian tunnel. We anticipate that that will be done by December 2022, and that an open house that we had at Eagle Point Recreation Center with 80 Spanish-speaking residents. Cultivano participated and then supported our effort with respect to that. We've also have been able to look at various presentations and other programs and resources through our Parks, Rec, and Golf. We are also working on various translated forms from scholarships, room rentals, summer camp registration, and we will be having a next open house similar to that format that was held in February here at the end of May. And Kathy, I'll turn that over to you for 2.5. Excuse me, 2.4.
And you did 2.3, sorry.
You're better than me. 2.3, create aesthetically pleasing neighborhoods. Once again, I think what I'd like to highlight on this slide is the first biannual Connect Breakfast, and that is a new program to bolster positive relationships and partnerships in the community. We had 10 participants, and when I mean 10 participants, that's either HOAs and or participating metro districts. And I think as we continue to promote this over the coming year, I would like to think that we're going to see increased participation from the members within our community. And this is really an opportunity for them to be able to provide their feedback and thoughts on what we're doing well, what we can look at trying to address to improve the aesthetics in the community. So, yes, ma'am.
Did Reunion's sub-districts get invited? Like the North Range Metro District and District 1 and District 2? Because if you only invited Reunion Metro District, you wouldn't get the residents.
We'd have to go out and see who we touch base with, ma'am, and see who ultimately attended that first Connect meeting. So we'll get with staff to see who was on the invite list, and we'll get that out to council.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, Kathy, 2.4.
All right, in 2.4, 4 park rangers, they were hired in January, and we expect for them to hit patrol at the end of the Q2 timeframe. PD has reported the auto thefts are continuing to increase, not just in Commerce City, but across all of Colorado. And you can see the first quarter numbers broken out by month there. And they are continuing to explore ways in order to reduce those various auto thefts. Would like to mention that Commerce City does compare relatively well with some of our regional partners in this particular field, though the numbers still don't obviously look all that good across the entire state of Colorado. And then also the community crime map went live in the winter of 2021. Target 2.5, there's a lot of information in here, but it talks about traffic stops. Those are down, and also some parking violations are down. quarter over quarter, and I'm told that that's because we have a lot of people that are currently in training, actually doing some of the training. We have, of course, a few staffing issues, but they're also focusing on some more serious types of crimes versus strictly the parking violations or traffic stops. But you can see some specific focus areas there that are frequent access areas for our PD. I won't cover those individually. Good news is there's been an increase in the grant funding for several grants also listed there. And as I mentioned earlier, hiring and recruitment remains a priority. We are working with a new firm called Shubu. They are strictly in their content developing portions right now. But once they get that completed, we are expecting, I think about the June timeframe for them to go a little more actively live on assisting us with being able to get some of these open positions filled. Pass it back to you.
Thank you, Kathy. So target 2.6, 2.7, I'm just going to summarize that in general, our staff is looking actively into updating our various building codes to be from a more sustainable perspective. They are working with our environmental planner on how to be able to address that. So more to come hopefully here in Q2. Next slide, please. This is just a carry-on from that initial concept around our environmental initiatives. What you find here on the screen are just various engaged activities that we are having from our environmental planner with our sister agencies and/or regional partners. We hope to have more details as to what may fruitfully come from those engagements here in Q2 and Q3. Next slide.
Okay, goal 3. So we'll go to target 3.1. This is securing a sustainable financial future. The 2023 budget is well underway from the standpoint of our planning process. We met with you all for a retreat in March, which helped to inform some of our go forward, the CIPP project requests. Now, keep in mind, this was written a little bit ago, so those requests have already come through that we are evaluating. And then the budget requests were actually due today. We're evaluating all of that to pull together. So of course we can bring that to you. Yes.
Yes. Councilwoman Noble?
Thank you very much. I needed to go back to target 2.8 because we have been skipping over the oil and gas and environmental planning report that should be on the first Monday of the month. It wasn't. It's not on the third Monday of the month either. And also there's been issues regarding what's going to be included in her content. So I'm a little disturbed about what's been happening in this arena. It seems to be getting eroded at the very time when we need to be paying better attention to it, particularly since, things still occur like fires.
Appreciate that, ma'am. What I will share, and I would say the counter, is that why it wasn't on the May 2nd is that I would say 2 weeks before that, you all had received a report from our environmental planner in which, in short, we would not have significant updates putting it back on May 2nd. Now, with respect to the third Monday of, I take it you're speaking this month, ma'am?
Since she did it on the third Monday of the last month, I would think at a minimum it would be on the third Monday of this month in order to continue monthly reports.
I would, yes, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Third Monday of this month is stacked full.
I can certainly see that.
This
That's
morning,
an issue.
we reviewed it, and it had an end date or end time of 1:25 in the morning.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way that we can have that much stuff on an agenda, so the 16th is just impossible at this point.
Well, I would suggest removing the legislative summary on the 16th and putting it on a study session, and then replacing it with the environmental planning and oil and gas update. Because we don't need to have the summary on a legislative session that's completed on May 16th.
We'll take that under advisement.
Okay, back to 3.1. We're also working on our budget base analysis, and that's basically a framework that we utilize to help the departments to determine how to work with finance to set their suggested 2023 budgets, again, to bring to you. And the first quarter audit revenues are in. They're doing relatively well at this particular point against their annual benchmark. We also put out 2 industry-specific guides that is to assist people with tax compliance. And speaking of tax compliance, there were 57 engagements, and actually there were several that were educational based, which is to help organizations to be able to comply that are relatively new businesses that are dealing with taxes, making sure that they're getting them correctly. Target 3.2. Being an employer of choice, HR has been working to map several of their particular positions so that they can be sure that they are going to be published by the end of 2022. The vacancy rate is at, you can see the vacancy rate numbers there for the overall organization. It's a little lower, of course. We know that right now we are struggling in the PD world, and we still have a pretty decent retention rate at a little over 90% for the non-FOPs. Target 3.3. So recruiting a diverse candidate pool. We have a high school internship program that is underway where we've got 3 students, and going forward, we hope to have them from both of the high schools. After completing that internship program, these students are welcome to seek employment. They actually did their presentations this morning and did a very, very good job on the DEI initiative. They have given us some suggestions there. Very bright high school students. They did a wonderful job as they're ending their internship program for this particular semester. And HR is also exploring some options so that they can do some postings in various other locations, for example, college boards and Latino and Black professionals, and various other sorts of diversity boards. And 3.4, there were 30 economic assessments. Basically, these ergonomic assessments, they can be done in person or online, and it's to make sure workstations are set up correctly and to see if there's anything that somebody might need for their particular workstation to make them safer. Risk also keeps a 5-year risk management strategic plan. They are updating that again this particular year to keep it current. And Risk is also hiring a VHE to help them to improve on some claims processing, and they currently have 26 current open claims. Significant good information is that all injured employees within this last quarter have been able to be placed within their own departments under a modified duty assignment so that they have been able to stay actively engaged with the organization. Target 3.5, the city clerk's office, they continue to publish all of their deadlines on time. Even with all of this significant changes that we have had to some of our postings, they have been doing a great job with that. And they have begun to make sure that there's information out there that's a little more proactive about various council meetings. So out on Facebook, there is something called This Week in C3, and they're making sure that the meetings are promoted there, and also other sorts of social media for the quasi-judicial meetings, so as to increase transparency on the meetings. Target 3.6, this is information from our IT department. They continue to have a very high level of infrastructure availability, i.e. we're not down all that frequently. There's a lot of tickets that they have worked within this last quarter. They are continuing to work on various testings and trying to determine go-live dates for several of their projects that they're working on. They are also working on the PD online crime reporting tool. They hope to have the kickoff is in Q2, but they hope to have it completed by the end of the year. I think you heard last week that the closed captioning is now available on Channel 8, and that mobile trailer security is estimated to come out online here shortly, I think within the next week or so.
There is a hiccup with that. The vendor is fixing the power fly. So it wouldn't be a hiccup.
Okay, yeah, there was a power flaw in it, so the vendor is trying to work on fixing that, but it's basically coming. There is a very long list of the things that IT is working on, and so please do check the report that's in your packet that has a lot more information on all of the things that IT is working on. Target 3.7, this is basically the way that we go about tracking the constituent requests, and we put it all in Planner and try to get the responses as timely to you as possible on those particular items. And then the CMO also issues out a report once a week for you to take a look at what the status are of all of those. The main items that come up is for parking or abandonment of vehicles, road repairs, and speed studies. Okay, target 3.8 is encouraging staff professional development. So the learning management system is going to be considered for a possible 2023 budget request. They're taking a look at that right now to determine if that's going to be a priority for human resources from the standpoint of that particular system. And within employee engagement and retention, a good number of our employees are involved in that Kazoo software, which is all about employee recognition of one another. And so it gives them an opportunity to pat one another on their back for helping in various processes or projects that someone is working on. It's one of those, hey, thanks for going the extra mile. And so there were a lot of recognitions that were sent within this past quarter. On target 3.9, HR is working actively on the DEI improvements, also within our applicant pool, as well as in the actual program. And that actual program had launched within this second quarter for the internal portion. And then on target 310, this is having to do with the metro districts. Of course, you had a presentation, several presentations done to you, the last of which was last week, and there's a couple of changes that you all had requested. Those are being brought into the fold so that you can see what those changes actually look like with a presentation that will be coming to you in the near future.
All right, back to me. So I'm gonna get a little crazy here. I'm gonna lump target 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. This all relates to various projects within our CIPP program. And what you find across these various slides is a culmination of various projects at different levels of either design, bid, build, and construction to be able to meet the various targets for that goal. I'd like to say that, as we continue to move through this year with the addition of the 2K Cinderella bond projects and other CIPP program projects as well, that we'll have more information to share with you as to the delivery of that to ensure that we have adequate infrastructure in the community Q2 and Q3.
Okay, goal 5.1. This has a lot to do with our ability to provide services to all people. And so in particular, we're talking here now about the ADA plan that we have. There's a lot of work going in to that. Some of it's actually built into the 2022 CIP project. There are the expansion of several recreation programs. The Community Navigator program is being worked on at this point. We have some positions that will be starting relatively soon within the Q2. And then also there's information out on the court web pages as it pertains to being able to access through voicemail, written messages, web pages, not just the information as it pertains to what's happening, but also in ways that people can engage in, for example, paying bills, that sort of thing online. So target 5.2, increasing civic pride and trust. This is this update comes to us from the city clerk's office, and it has to do with the council composition and redistricting. And there's a lot of events that have taken place in person or virtually. And right now, we're just, you guys are waiting for us to give you further information about the community survey, which recently closed, so that you can give us direction for the special election. Target 5.3. Let's see. This is also about equitable and diverse citizen participation. And so we're looking, as we do outreaches, to make sure that we can get better representation from our core city for things like, for example, the BREDAC, and also for various boards and commissions that when we have vacancies and positions that we want to fill. And target 5.4, this is addressing the homelessness issue. We are in various stages of this. Right now, we are looking to secure, well, we do have a commercial broker. However, we do not yet have an architect so that we can determine locations and all the information that we need in order to look at a homeless and housing community. And with that, we have any sort of questions and comments?
Are there any questions? Councilwoman Noble.
This is regarding target 5.4. My continuing concern is that there isn't enough emphasis on homelessness or unhoused prevention. And I'm concerned about the committee's name as a result of that. I do believe that when we all had the conversation together as a council, that we were also focused on prevention of homelessness and being unhoused. And may I say, one of the reasons I'm concerned about that are seniors in rentals in Commerce City and the cost of apartment rentals going up so much that they might be forced out of their housing. So it's something to consider.
Thank you, ma'am. Just for brevity's purposes, staff is looking both at the preventative measures for those at risk of becoming homeless and or the chronic homeless. So I would say that that is a part of this overall makeup as it relates to the concept around a navigation center. That's either looking at that from a local perspective of Commerce City, or working with the county for being able to provide those resources and or wraparound services for the continuum of the issue around homelessness. So it's not lost on staff. And a presentation is anticipated here in Q2 to be made to the council as it relates to our overall approach, so that we can then continue to hit the ground running in our consortium and or internal to the city.
That would be good, because I don't want to get over our shoes.
Appreciate that.
Anyone else? Saying none. Yes, sir.
So thank you once again for allowing me to suck the air out of the room with the presentation. But a question for you all going forward is, obviously we do this on a quite regular basis. Would you all be open to us providing you with our presentation and then just opening it to the floor to see if you all have questions as it relates to the materials, as opposed to hearing our song and dance, which I have a great partner, but she leads.
What are the council's desires? Councilwoman Noble?
I think reading through it ourselves and then asking you questions would probably really be a great way of doing it. Thank you for the idea.
Anyone else?
Councilwoman Douglas.
Yes, I would agree. I was actually thinking that when you were going through the presentation.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I'm good with reviewing and asking questions.
Davis, thumbs up. Hurst? He's good. All right. So now you have you're good. All righty. All right. Now that brings us to council reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting.
Acting mayor.
Yes, acting mayor.
Former, acting, whatever you want to call me.
Yeah. Really, rather than go through all of this, I will just give you one heads up. I'm going to take next week off. Not sure what we're doing yet, but my wife and I are going to do something. So just to relax, get away from work.
Good for you. All right. Matt's probably not with us.
I'm right here.
Oh, wow, surprised me, Matt. I figured COVID bound, you were gonna be sleeping.
Well, we have an executive session coming up still on the agenda here tonight, so I don't want to take a lot of time either. Just want to let you know I'll be sending Roger a whole bunch of emergency items next week.
Okay. All right. Council members wishing to make a report? Councilwoman Noble?
I attended the presentation today by the first cohort of interns for Commerce City. It was wonderful to hear their presentation, and I congratulate Johnny Velasquez, Malcolm Campbell Gonzalez, and Link Arianes. It was really fun to hear them. Their emphasis was diversity, equity, and inclusion in Commerce City, and they would like to certainly see more programs on the within the city government offices themselves. We had a conversation afterwards. Also, on Friday, I had a tour with the Home Builders Association. That was really wonderful. Jennifer Allen Thomas was on that tour with me as well. I think what stood out for me were the developers who talked about extensive community outreach. They went over and beyond what we see here in terms of finding out what communities want. The bike lanes that they put into their projects. The fact that Aurora has an 18% minimum for parks versus Commerce City's 3% minimum for parks. They also suggested submitting design guidelines with a service plan application, which sounded like a great idea to me, and also to include specifics in the service plan. I think all of the developers were having issues with the amount of time it takes for their projects to go through, and we as city council people don't have any influence over that. But if someone is suggesting that it's a budget issue, that there aren't enough staff, then that's certainly something we do have, but only if the leadership brings us a budget that actually adds more staff. So we wouldn't do anything about that otherwise. And then I also got, one of the presentations that morning was on a software program that will provide us with the information we need about the cost of a housing unit, which I've asked for many times. What are the costs of government services for a housing unit, and what are the same expenses and revenues for other units as well. So I'll provide that to the staff. But anyway, it was really interesting. I appreciated the opportunity and had a slight difference of opinion with a couple on metro districts, but that's another story.
All right, is there anyone else with a report? I do have a couple things I wanted to mention. Rotary, which I attend every Wednesday, is getting ready to do their trap shoot. And what I'll do is I'll give this to staff, this flyer. I'll let the council be able to look at it. But at the council meeting next week, I will be requesting that the city participate in a sponsorship for Rotary for the trap shoot. The money goes towards the scholarships that we do with the school district. And I want to say I was at that event just recently, and it was great. A lot of money spent towards scholarships, really a good program. Dale Mingleton does a great job. And at Rotary, he brought from the 14 Foundation a little plaque for Commerce City for our sponsorship to the 14er Fest. But a lot of scholarships, a great night, a lot of good recipients of those scholarships. And the way Rotary generates those funds for the scholarships are through programs like our golf tournament, our trap shoot, and we also fund our Heart and Soul shoe program around Christmas time to give shoes to Adams 14 students that otherwise wouldn't have shoes going into the new school year. So great programs for great causes. So you'll see that next week. Otherwise, I don't have any other notifications. Is there anybody else that would like to add something before I move on in the agenda? Councilwoman Noble.
I should have mentioned that the HBA tour went to Upland, which is the Loretta Heights project reunion, and Painted Prairie before returning to Centennial.
Great, thank you. Now it's time to adjourn to a special meeting. I'll call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman, Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Present.
Councilmember Douglas,
Present.
Acting Mayor Ford, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Now I would ask for a motion to excuse any of the members who are not here. Councilwoman Grimes?
So moved.
Mr. Davis? Thank you. I have a motion and a second to excuse the mayor and the mayor pro tem from the meeting this evening. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. The time is now 11:10. At 11:30, we'll have to do a motion to extend the meeting if needed.
Did you mean to include Councilmember Madera in that motion?
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I please get a motion to excuse Councilmember Madera? Councilwoman Grimes?
So moved.
Mr. Davis? Have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Mr. Madera is also excused. Now I need to ask for a motion and a second to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, Parents 4, Parents B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice from and providing direction to legal counsel related to Commerce City Housing Authority.
As a point of order, please.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have to, if we go into executive session, if that vote is successful, we would have to come back out of executive session to extend the meeting and then go back into executive session. So it seems like the more appropriate thing to do is look for a motion to extend now, and then assuming that the executive session will move forward.
All righty, if that's the way you want me to do it. I didn't know if the executive session was going to be approved, so that's why I didn't go down that road. But seeing that we would be in executive session, because of the time frame, I'm open for a motion and a second to extend the meeting by half-hour increments. The time is 11:11. That would go into effect and take us to midnight. Is there a motion to do so? Councilwoman Noble?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas. I have a motion and a second to extend the time frame from 11:30 to midnight. beings that would be in an executive session, and that would be in 18 minutes or so. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Nay. Can I get a show of hands on the nays? Looks like we will not be extending the meeting. I'll go back to the executive session. Is there a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the reasons that I recently stated? Councilwoman Noble.
So approved. So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Councilwoman Douglas. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of going into an executive session for the reasons stated signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That's again 3. Motion is denied to go into executive session. That would bring us to the end of our meeting, and we are adjourned.
Thank you for our special counsel who showed up tonight.